Chapter 1992. Qin Fan didn't reject Qi Longxing's spirit stones anymore. He knew he didn't need these 50 million spirit stones, but it was Qi Longxing's kind intention. At this time, the light platform floating in the center of the square started to rotate slowly. The 1,000 girls on the platform were like a runway show, taking turns to appear in front of the cultivators around the square. Wow! There are so many beauties in this year's beauty contest. That girl in the blue dress is not bad. There's nothing wrong with marrying her as a concubine. Compared to human girls, I prefer demon cultivator girls. Their bodies are so good, their eyes are naturally seductive, and their every move can attract people's attention. Great Guardian Vasily, let's not worry about that human ant named Qin for now. As long as he dares to leave the high sea city, he will die sooner or later. The beauty contest is only held once a year. Let's pick a beauty too. Who knows, maybe the next generation will also have a monster like the first prince. When mentioning the first prince of Nanming Temple, even Vasily revealed an expression of admiration. 100 years ago, a heaven-defying demon cultivator appeared on Green Island. He was the child of the White Dragon King of Nanming Temple and a human female cultivator. He was named Jest. Jest was different from other descendants of demon and human cultivators. He was born with a human appearance, but his bloodline was still the White Dragon King's. His birth shocked the entire demon cultivator clan on Green Island because he was born as a first Saint King. When he was 10, he stepped into the first transformation Buddha light. When he was 20, he entered the Void God realm. When he was 50, he reached the body condensation realm. When he was less than 100 years old, he had already crossed the cauldron-filling realm. With such a heaven-defying cultivation talent, there was no one else in the entire Green Island who could match him. If he continued to cultivate at this speed, in another 100 years, even the Black Serpent King and the White Flood Dragon King would be overshadowed by him. The probability of a monster like Jest appearing is 1 in 10 million. Ever since he was born, it has been a trend for demonic cultivators to mate with human cultivators to form offspring. But in the past 100 years, there hasn't been another Jest, although Vasily said that she also wanted to give birth to a second Jezite with a human girl. Now, Jezite was only a little over 100 years old and had already consolidated his strength in the Ekayana realm. Back then, he had only stepped into the Ekayana realm when he was over 200 years old. It's fine to just fantasize about it. Don't take it too seriously. It's better to keep an eye on that surnamed Qin. That human ant is very cunning. If we let him escape again, we won't be able to answer to the White Flood Dragon King when we return. Since Vashi had spoken, the other disciples gave up on the idea of bidding for the beauties on the stage and could only watch from the side of the square. Fellow friends who have come from afar, I have kept you waiting. This year's beauty contest is about to begin. I am the great elder of All Complete Trading Company, Ji Feiyun. Thank you, everyone, for your love and support for our All Complete Trading Company. In order to thank everyone, this year's beauty contest will select 3 lucky cultivators and give them a female human cultivator for free. Qin Feng didn't expect that the High Sea City's beauty contest was organized by the Wanquan Trading Company. It seemed like the Wanquan Trading Company was quite influential in the entire Green Island. No wonder they didn't put the dominating Heaven Furnace Trading Company in their eyes. Brother Qin, the Wanquan Trading Company is a force of the East Dragon Palace. The East Dragon Palace is one of the 3 major forces of the Green Island, but it is very mysterious. Normally, it is very rare to see disciples of the East Dragon Palace in the Green Island. Even the fact that the Wanquan Trading Company belongs to the East Dragon Palace is a secret. I once accidentally heard it from my royal father. Qi Longxing introduced the details of the Wanquan Trading Company. Qin Feng was instantly puzzled. When he came to the Green Island, he killed the great elder of the Celestial Gourd, Mu Feng, and released the 88 furnaces. Among those furnaces, there was a true spirit realm beast cultivator called Uduo who claimed to be a disciple of the East Dragon Palace. If the Wan Quan Trading Company really belonged to the East Dragon Palace, then why didn't Uduo escape from the dominating Heaven Furnace Trading Company and seek help from the Wan Quan Trading Company? This question was hard to answer, so Qin Feng simply didn't think about it. As for the relationship between the Wan Quan Trading Company and the East Dragon Palace, it was none of his business. When Qin Feng regained his composure, the beauty contest had officially begun. 10 beautiful women flew out from the light stage and floated in the air. Their dresses fluttered in the wind as if they had descended from heaven. That woman in the green dress is too beautiful. These 10 women each have their own merits. I really want to buy all of them, but they must be very expensive. I have my eyes on that long-legged and slender demonic cultivator woman. I hope that everyone will give me some face and not fight with me for her. Not only were there demonic cultivators in the crowd at the square, but there were also many human cultivators. In the eyes of demonic cultivators, human beauties were novel to them. Similarly, in the eyes of human cultivators, demonic cultivators were irresistible to them. Qin Feng glanced at the old man with the surname Lin, who was standing not far from him and shouting. He was an almighty being who had stepped into the body condensation realm, and this old man was wearing the uniform of Gu Xiaoyao, one of the 4 7-star sects of the South Flat Continent. Qin Feng didn't expect that even an elder of Gu Xiaoyao would come to participate in the beauty pageant. Seeing the heated atmosphere below the stage, the great elder of the Wan Quan Trading Company, Ji Feiyun, smiled and said, "The 10 women in front of us are all outstanding beauties. The starting price for each of them is 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 10,000 spirit stones." Ji Feiyun's bid was slightly out of Qin Feng's expectations. A woman only had a starting price of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Even a human life shouldn't be worth so few spirit stones, right? Although Qin Feng hadn't confirmed that the woman standing in the corner on the stage was Li Shanshan, he felt pity for these women. Not only were they going to be sold to others to give birth, but they were also being sold at such a low price. Brother Qin, you don't have to care about the women in front. Although these women are not bad-looking, they are basically ordinary humans or demonic cultivators without any cultivation. Even if someone buys them, they will only be treated as concubines. They won't have any other thoughts, Qi Longxing explained. Qin Feng hated this beauty contest more and more, but he couldn't do anything. He couldn't possibly spend money to buy all the women here, could he? Even if he could afford it, how was he going to settle these women after that? If he simply let them go, they would probably be caught again soon and suffer the same fate. Qin Feng knew that he wasn't a savior. With his current strength, what he could do was extremely limited. 110,000 spirit stones for woman number 1, 120,000 spirit stones for woman number 5. 500,000 spirit stones for female Yao cultivator number 9. Don't you dare compete with me. As soon as Ji Feiyun's voice fell, the square was filled with the sound of bids. The 10 women on the stage looked gloomy, their eyes empty, and they seemed lonely and helpless. Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore, so he retreated to the side and used his divine sense to block the sounds from the outside world. When the woman who looked like Li Shanshan came on stage, he asked Qi Longxing to call for him. After an unknown amount of time, Qi Longxing walked to Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng removed his divine sense, and the crowd's screams and shouts immediately returned. He walked back to the side of the square and found that out of the thousands of women on the stage, only 100 or so were left. Li Shanshan was still among them, and she was currently bidding with 7 other women. "Everyone, please be quiet. Let me introduce these 8 women to you. Not only are they outstanding beauties, but they also have spiritual roots. They are the best reproductive partners in a million places." Ji Feiyun's words were very direct, and it immediately caused the crowd to boil. Qin Feng's face was cold. He came from Earth, where men and women were equal. He couldn't agree with the concept of the divine supreme continent. However, the only thing he could do was to bid for Li Shanshan. As for the other women, they could only pray for themselves. There are actually 8 female cultivators with spiritual roots. The resources for this year's beauty contest are very good. Fuck. Even I don't have spiritual roots, and the strongest among those girls is only at the early stage of the true spirit realm. Some of them have just entered the Sage King realm. It's such a waste to let them have spiritual roots. If a demonic cultivator and a human female cultivator with spiritual roots get together, will the offspring be as monstrous as Jest? The crowd was in an uproar. One should know that spiritual roots were very rare in the South Flat continent. Those cultivators with spiritual roots were basically the genius disciples of 5-star and 6-star sections. If they had 2 or more spiritual roots at the same time, they would definitely be fought over by 7-star sections. Hearing many people in the crowd call out Jest's name, a man wearing a long black cloak and a black straw hat that completely covered his body and face at the corner of the square curled up the corners of his mouth. A body condensation-state old man standing behind him scolded coldly, "Humph. A group of ants daydreaming. A peerless genius like your First Highness, there won't be a second one in Green Island. No, there won't be a second one in the entire South Flat continent. No, there won't be a second one in the entire Divine continent." The body condensation-state old man was the black-robed man's subordinate, and he called the black-robed man Jest. Jest didn't care about the old man's flattery. His gaze pierced through the air and landed on Li Shanshan. He said indifferently, "I like that purple-robed human female cultivator." The body condensation-state old man's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect His Highness Jest to like a human female cultivator. With his naturally arrogant personality, he never cared about human cultivators. He even looked down on demonic cultivators, making him seem like a new existence that surpassed humans and demonic cultivators. When the body condensation-state old man came back to his senses, he immediately replied, "Don't worry, Your Highness. Leave this to me." After saying that, he didn't even listen to Ji Feiyan's starting bid and shouted, "Human female cultivator number 3, 10 million high-grade spirit stones." The noisy square suddenly quietened down. Tens of thousands of eyes looked at Jest. What's the background of this old demonic cultivator? How can he bid 10 million right off the bat? The starting bid is only 2 million high-grade spirit stones. He just increased it by 5 times. I know him. He's the little guardian of Nanming Palace. I think he's always by Jest's side. Damn. That mysterious black-robed man is Jest. Chapter 1993. Jest. Which Jest? Which Jest could it be? There is only one monster Jest on the entire Green Island. When someone recognized the body condensation stage elder beside Jest, the crowd instantly boiled over. To be honest, as a Yao cultivator of the Green Island, not many people had seen Jest in person. They had only heard rumors about him. Now that they had finally seen Jest, they discovered that he was wearing a black robe and a black hat. He was tightly wrapped, and no one dared to use their divine senses to scan under the black hat. That was definitely a suicidal action. This is bad, Brother Qin. Jest has taken a liking to that friend of yours. Qi Longxin's expression instantly turned serious. Qin Fan had never heard of Jest's name, and he had no interest in this Yao cultivator genius. However, now that Jest wanted to snatch someone from him, he had no choice but to start paying attention to him. In a split second, Qin Fan's divine sense had already swept towards Jest. Ever since he broke through to Nihility God Realm Level 3 and swallowed the 1,000 soul crystals not long ago, his divine sense had become incomparably powerful. Moreover, he could release and retract it at will. Even the speed at which he released it was several times faster than cultivators of the same realm. Qi Longxin was unable to capture Qin Fen's divine sense. Or rather, by the time he realized that Qin Fen had actually used his divine sense to sweep towards Jest, it was already too late for him to stop him. In just a breath's time, Qin Fen's divine sense had already enveloped Jest. He immediately realized that something was wrong. This guy's realm was unfathomably high. The moment he looked at him, the divine sense he released was dispersed. At the same time, an even more ferocious divine sense shot towards him. Many cultivators on the plaza were dumbstruck. They all felt Qin Fen's action of using his divine sense to check on Jest. So there really was an existence in the Green Island who was not afraid of death. Jest's counterattack was swift and violent. By the time Qin Fen realized that the divine sense had shot towards him, his sea of consciousness had already been invaded. Without thinking, Qin Fen immediately urged his entire sea of consciousness to resist. His sea of consciousness surged like waves, and the divine sense that shot out seemed to condense into a dense spider web. Layer upon layer, it formed a white silk barrier, narrowly blocking Jest's divine sense attack. Boom! A series of muffled sounds rang out in Qin Feng's mind. He felt a stabbing pain in his head, as if his head was about to explode. The cultivators in the square were still foolishly waiting for Qin Fen to scream or suddenly faint, or even explode on the spot. However, after waiting for a long time, they discovered that Qin Fen was still standing in the same place as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? Gerst, who had always been mysterious and aloof, suddenly opened his mouth. His tone was filled with bewilderment. The body condensation state elder behind him was filled with shock. He could clearly feel Jest's powerful spiritual sense attack. That kind of spiritual sense was something that even he couldn't defend against. Yet, it was blocked by a Nihility God stage level 3 human ant. Qin Fen had indeed blocked Gerst's divine sense attack, but he had used all his strength. Even so, his divine sense had suffered considerable damage. Moreover, Qin Fen knew that Gerst had casually unleashed that attack. If Gerst had unleashed his full power, he didn't know what kind of terrifying divine sense attack it would have been. Qin Fen didn't want to wait for Gerst to attack again. If that happened, he would most likely die. What are the rules of the High Sea City? Did the guards in the city not notice that someone used their divine sense to attack me? Qin Fen roared angrily. When he finished speaking, 3 figures floated in the sky as if they had always been there. Who attacked you? One of the white-haired elders asked. Qin Fen glanced at him and couldn't see through his cultivation. However, before Qin Fen could reply, Qi Long cupped his fists towards the sky and said, "Fifth uncle, it was South Ming Palace's Gerst who secretly attacked Brother Qin with his divine sense." It turned out that one of the 3 elders floating in the sky was the great protector of the 3 northern islands. He was also Qi Long's uncle. However, Qi Long's 5th uncle didn't seem to care about him. He said with an indifferent expression, "I'm asking that human cultivator." "Don't interrupt," Qi Long could only shut up. Qin Fen said, "Senior, it was indeed South Ming Palace's Gerst who attacked me with his divine sense." Qi Long's 5th uncle's expression was cold. His divine sense had already surrounded Gerst. The High Sea City is a city jointly built by the 3 great territories of Grey Island. They agreed to coexist peacefully within the city and that no killing is allowed. Gerst, although you are the Great Highness of South Ming Palace, you can't casually break the rules. You know very well what kind of punishment you will receive. Of course, the High Sea City doesn't allow killing. However, aren't you being too hasty by relying on a one-sided statement from a human ant? Another elder in the sky said. Qi Long immediately lowered his voice and whispered into Qin Fen's ear, that old bastard is the great protector of South Ming Palace. Naturally, he'll help Gerst. This time, Qin Fan finally understood. The three old men floating in the sky were the representatives sent by the 3 sea domains of Grey Island to protect the city. This meant that the last old man who didn't speak was someone from the Eastern Dragon Palace. The elder from the East Dragon Palace didn't have any intention of speaking. He looked as if he was watching the other two fight. Qi Long's fifth uncle and the great protector of South Ming Palace didn't pay attention to him either. It was as if he didn't exist. If that human cultivator wasn't attacked, why would he frame Gerst for no reason? Moreover, Qi Long also felt Gerst's divine sense attack. He can be considered a witness. Qi Long's fifth uncle didn't stand out because of him. It was because the 3 northern islands and South Ming Palace had never been on good terms. The Yao cultivators of both sides fought constantly. If they could use this opportunity to get rid of the #1 genius Yao cultivator of Grey Island, Gerst, then it would be a huge blow to South Ming Palace. South Ming Palace naturally understood this logic. The great protector shouted with a cold expression, "Humph. Everything must be based on solid evidence. Just because of a few words from that human cultivator and that traitor Yao cultivator, you're accusing Gerst. It's really ridiculous." It seemed that Qi Long was very famous on Grey Island. However, it wasn't a good reputation. The great protector of South Ming Palace continued, "Or let me give you a hypothetical. If Gerst had really used his divine sense attack on that human ant, do you think he would still be alive?" This hypothetical really stumped Qi Long's fifth uncle. Gerst was the publicly acknowledged #1 genius among the Yao cultivators of Grey Island. He was now an almighty with a cultivation of cauldron-filling realm. Meanwhile, Qin Fan was only at the 3rd level of the Void God realm. If Gerst used his divine sense attack on him, his sea of consciousness would instantly collapse. At this moment, Qin Fan stood on the plaza without a change in expression. He didn't look like he had been attacked at all. "Humph. Since you have nothing to say, then hurry up and leave. Let the beauty contest continue. Stop embarrassing yourself here." The great protector of South Ming Palace chased after him fiercely. Qi Long's fifth uncle was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at the great protector. However, in the end, he couldn't find any words to refute. His figure flashed and disappeared as if he had never appeared. Chapter 1994. Actually, all the cultivators on the square knew that Just had used his divine sense to attack. Because that divine sense was too powerful, many people felt it. However, it was too hard to find evidence with divine sense. Even Qi Longxing's crystal ball couldn't catch it. Plus, Jest was the #1 beast cultivator genius of Green Island and the first majesty of Nanming Palace. Who would be tired of living and stand out to accuse him? The farce was over. Qin Fan became the focus of the entire square. Countless cultivators looked at him. Some of them pitied him, but most of them had a playful smile. Daring to offend a monster like Jest, this hollow god level 3 human cultivator probably wouldn't live long. Jest didn't care about the discussions of the crowd. His cold gaze landed on Qin Fan. Qin Fan was the first person on Green Island who dared to use divine sense to check him. First Majesty Jest, he's just a hollow god level 3 human ant. Why do you care about him? It's not worth it to affect the mood of choosing beauties because of this trash. The body condensation state old man immediately flattered. Jest said coldly, "I always felt that guy looked familiar. Now I understand. He's the killer of third brother by Jiao." His words shocked the body condensation state old man. He immediately looked at Qin Fan again. He couldn't understand where this hollow god level 3 human ant got his guts from. How dare he go against Nanming Palace again and again? Jess wasn't the only one who recognized Qin Fen. Many cultivators in the crowd also remembered. When Qin Fen and Qi Longxing just arrived at High Sea City, she really came looking for trouble. That human cultivator is the killer of Third Majesty Bai Jiao. Damn. Is that guy crazy? Is he tired of living? He's not even 30 years old, yet he's already at Nihility God Realm Level 3. That human cultivator can be considered a top genius. He must have the backing of a 7-star sect in the South Flat Continent. Could it be that a 7-star sect is looking for trouble with the South Bright Palace? Imagination existed everywhere. When Qin Fen heard everyone's guesses, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. At this moment, an excited and familiar shout came from the beauty contest stage. Qin Fen. Is it really you? The crowd was stunned, and the square fell into silence. The voice came from one of the 8 women who were bidding. It was just subordinate, number 3, who had bid 10 million. Countless gazes landed on the number 3 woman. She was dressed in a fluttering purple robe, and her long hair was tied up in a bun. Her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were azure blue. Her nose was ridiculously tall, and her lips were thick and seductive. Li Shanshan's life was very rough. She was deceived by the William family in the United States, who used her to kill her father, Li Xingtian. Her mother was an American, and her father was a Chinese. Therefore, she had the perfect appearance of a mixed-race woman. She would be a top-notch beauty on Earth, and in the divine mainland, she was one of a kind. No wonder Senior Jesuit took a fancy to the third girl. I didn't take a closer look at her before, but now I realize how extraordinary her beauty is. 10 million spirit stones is worth it just to buy this woman's beauty, not to mention that she is a cultivator with a spirit root. Whose name did number 3 call? If I'm not mistaken, he's the human cultivator who killed third Prince Bai Jiao. The crowd was in an uproar. They were all deeply attracted by Li Shanshan's beauty and found it difficult to move their gazes away. Everyone was looking at her from under the bridge, but she only had eyes for Qin Fen. When he heard Li Shanshan's call, Qin Fen immediately scanned the area with his divine sense. At that moment, he finally confirmed that the woman on the platform was Li Shanshan. He didn't expect that she would also come to the divine mainland. Instantly, Qin Fen's eyes turned red. Of course, he knew that Li Shanshan's purpose in coming to the divine mainland was to find him. On Earth, Li Shanshan was lonely and relied on him as her boyfriend. Now that she came to the divine mainland, she didn't know anyone and only wanted to look for her family, 20 million spirit stones. Qin Fen channeled all his emotions into his voice. His tone was firm, and there was no room for doubt. The quiet square erupted again. Now, even an idiot could see that Qin Fen and Li Shanshan's relationship was not shallow, and Jesuit had also taken a fancy to Li Shanshan. Another big show was about to begin. Reckless human ant, how dare you go against the Elder Highness? I want to see how rich he is. The body condensation realm elder was enraged. It was rare for the Elder Highness to take a fancy to a woman, so he could show off his skills. But now, Qin Fen jumped out and messed things up, 30 million spirit stones. The body condensation realm elder yelled. The crowd screamed. Just listening to this kind of bidding method was exciting enough. 10 million spirit stones in one bid was a resource that many cultivators couldn't earn in their entire lives, 40 million. Qin Fen didn't even blink 50 million. The body condensation realm elder didn't back down either. The bidding continued to rise. In just one incense's time, the price had reached a sky-high 100 million spirit stones, which shocked the 3 great protectors of the High Sea City. Jesuit subordinate, the body condensation realm elder, felt a little weak in the face of the sky-high price of 100 million spirit stones. He had painstakingly collected spirit stones for his entire life, but he only managed to get a little more than 100 million. The body condensation state elder stopped bidding and asked carefully, "Your Majesty, that human ant is clearly trying to make things difficult for us. Buying woman number 3 for 100 million spirit stones is already a big loss. Do we still want to continue?" Jezite didn't pay attention to him, nor did he care about the price of 100 million spirit stones. His eyes were fixed on Qin Fen, and there was a strong murderous intent hidden in them. To him, this was no longer a simple matter of 100 million spirit stones. He was the #1 beast cultivator of Tsang Island. No one dared to fight for anything he fancied. Even a senior like Vasily had to give in to him. Now, a mere hollow god level 3 human ant dared to go against him in public. This made him lose face. There's no point in bidding like this. If you don't like me, you can stand out and challenge me. A cold voice spread through the square. The crowd was instantly shocked. That was Jezite's voice. Everyone had already forgotten that this was a beauty contest. Their gazes shifted back and forth between Qin Feng and Jest, and a hint of anticipation flashed in their eyes. "Brother Qin, don't agree to Jezite," Qi Long said anxiously. Before he could finish, Qin Fen shouted in Jezite's direction, "You are a cauldron-filling realm expert. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for challenging me, a hollow god level 3 cultivator?" Jezite's face was covered in frost under his black hat. His voice was so cold that it was about to freeze. The divine supreme continent respects the strong. If you're not strong enough, don't look for excuses. If you can survive one attack from me, I'll consider it your win. I'll buy girl number 3 for you with 100 million spirit stones. If you don't dare to compete, get out of High Seas City immediately. Don't embarrass yourself here. Jezite's words were domineering and arrogant. However, no one dared to question him. They even thought that what he did was reasonable. Qi Long's expression was very serious. He was afraid that Qin Fen would agree. Before he could dissuade him, Qin Fen already said, "I don't agree." Phew, Qi Long let out a long sigh. The square was filled with sighs. Ha! That human ant isn't as stupid as I thought. He still knows his place. I thought he would agree. After waiting for so long, this is the result. Looks like we won't be able to see Senior Jezite fight today. What a pity. To them, even if Qin Fen accepted the challenge, he would still die. However, they didn't want to see Qin Fen. They wanted to see the legendary #1 monster cultivator, Jezite. When Qin Fen rejected her, Li Shanshan's expression suddenly darkened. Disappointment and astonishment appeared in her beautiful azure eyes. She had traveled tens of thousands of miles to another plane to find her boyfriend. After experiencing untold hardships, she had finally found the person who was so far away. The moment she saw Qin Fen again, Li Shanshan felt that all the hardships she went through were worth it. However, she couldn't imagine that Qin Fen would abandon her. "Since you're afraid, then get out of here." Jezite's tone was filled with pride. "In my heart, student Li Shanshan can't be measured with money. However, if you really want a price, 100 million spirit stones is not enough. I want to increase it to 1 billion spirit stones." Qin Fen's words ignited the crowd. The cultivators who were sighing immediately regained their spirits. Qi Long's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted from anger. Li Shanshan's expression was sluggish. Tears kept flowing out. "Even if we've traveled to another realm, even if we haven't seen each other for several years, you've never changed. And I still love you the same." Li Shanshan murmured in her heart. Even Jezite was stunned. When he came back to his senses, his anger soared to the sky. "Reckless human ant. Do you think I'll believe you have 1 billion spirit stones? Is 1 billion spirit stones a lot? If you don't have it, then just back out. Qin Fen said coldly. Jezite clenched his teeth. He guessed that Qin Fen didn't have 1 billion spirit stones. Instead, he used this kind of method to act shamelessly. Very quickly, a cold smile appeared on his face. He even sympathized with Qin Fen. Playing petty tricks on him was no different from throwing away one's life. There are 1 billion spirit stones in this ring. Do you have any? Jezite casually threw out a storage ring. Inside the ring were all the spirit stones he had. However, he showed an indifferent expression as if he was throwing away trash. The cultivators on the square immediately scanned the ring with their divine senses. They realized that the divine sense seal on the storage ring had been removed by Jezite. It was obvious that Jezite was publicizing the resources inside the ring for everyone to see for free. When tens of thousands of divine senses scanned the ring, the cultivators were shocked. This was the first time they had seen so many spirit stones in their lives. The storage ring was like a continuous mountain range, and those mountain ranges were all piled up with spirit stones. It really is 1 billion spirit stones. I suspect it's even more than 1 billion. I've long heard that the beast clans on Green Island are all rich cultivators. Today, I see that it's indeed true. I think that human ant is still okay. He's too embarrassed to stay any longer. This time, his face has been slapped swollen by Senior Jezite. The crowd was discussing. Qi Longxing was dejected. He wished he could throw 1 billion spirit stones at Qin Fen to help him regain his face. However, he had already given all the 50 million spirit stones he had to Qin Fen. On the other hand, Li Shanshan stood on the light platform anxiously. Her hands clutched the hem of her clothes. She had been in the divine continent for some time now. Naturally, she understood the significance of 1 billion spirit stones. She felt that Qin Fen couldn't take out so many spirit stones. Chapter 1995. Just as the crowd was in a heated discussion, Qin Fen casually threw out a storage ring. It floated next to Jest's ring in the air. The divine sense restriction on the ring had been removed. When the cultivators on the square looked at it, they were stunned. How many spirit stones is that? It's obviously more than Senior Jest's. That human cultivator is so rich. I think there are at least 2 billion spirit stones in that ring. I'm curious about that human cultivator's identity. Who is he? The cultivators who were looking at Qin Fen with a playful expression were shocked. Even Qi Longxing was shocked when he looked inside the ring. He didn't expect Qin Fen to be so rich. When he thought about the 50 million spirit stones he gave Qin Fen, Qi Longxing felt a little embarrassed. Li Shanshan's worried heart calmed down. Her emotions went from excitement, nervousness, and disappointment to calmness. She realized that Qin Fen hadn't changed. He would risk everything to save her. If you have 2 billion spirit stones, then raise the price to 2 billion. I'll fight you to the end. Of course, if you only have 1 billion spirit stones, then we'll go with 1 billion. Qin Fen's indifferent voice rang out. The crowd had a complicated expression. They thought that Qin Fen couldn't take out 1 billion spirit stones and would leave in disgrace. But now, he took out more spirit stones than Jest. Looking at Jest's expression, it seemed like he couldn't take out more spirit stones. You mean you accept my challenge? Jest deliberately avoided talking about spirit stones. Before Qin Fen agreed, Qi Longxing hurriedly winked at him. Qin Fen acted as if he didn't see it. You're a cauldron-filling state cultivator, and I'm just a hollow god realm cultivator. The gap between our cultivation levels is too big. It's not fair for me to fight you, I said. If you can take one move from me, you win, Jest said immediately. Qi Longxing saw that Qin Fen was ready to accept the challenge, so he shouted, "Brother Qin, don't agree." In front of a cauldron-filling state cultivator, a hollow god realm cultivator can only be killed in a second. This was obvious. As a cultivator of the divine continent, everyone understood this. At this moment, Li Shanshan came to her senses. When she saw Qin Feng, all she wanted was for him to take her away as soon as possible. She didn't realize the huge disparity in strength between Qin Feng and Jest. "Qin Feng, don't worry about me, hurry up and leave," Li Shanshan said anxiously. Qin Feng glanced in her direction and revealed a brilliant smile. "Classmate Li Shanshan, don't worry, of course I'll leave this place and take you with me." Ever since she came to the divine continent, Li Shanshan had never heard anyone call her classmate. She suddenly had the urge to cry. Humph. As expected of an ant-like human who only knows how to daydream all day long. Do you think you can withstand a single move from the Great Hall? You must be daydreaming. The body condensation state old man snorted. Gerst cast a cold glare at him, silently cursing this fellow for being as stupid as a pig. Even though what he said was the truth, what if he scared the man with the surname Qin away? All right. The bet is 1 billion spirit stones. If I can survive one move, I'll take Li Shanshan away. Qin Fen agreed. The crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected this result. Qi Longxing and Li Shanshan immediately looked worried, while a cold smile appeared on Gerst's face under his black hat. Very good. Even though your realm is like an ant in my eyes, your courage is commendable. However, overconfidence is not a good thing. It will cost you your life. Gerst was full of pride. He had become more talkative. In his eyes, Qin Fen was already a dead man. In my hometown, there's a famous saying. Ruthless people don't talk much, but idiots love to talk. This saying is too accurate for you, Qin Fen replied. The cultivators on the square quieted down. Their faces were blank. Clearly, they didn't understand what Qin Fen was saying. Only Li Shanshan understood what he meant. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. That laugh was so beautiful that it could topple cities and countries. It was like a lotus blooming in the hearts of tens of thousands of cultivators. And like human, I'll see if you can still be as arrogant as you are now. Gerst was furious. Even though he didn't understand what Qin Fen meant, he knew it wasn't something good even if he thought with his toes. A violent surge of true essence surged from Gerst's body. He had exhausted his patience and was ready to attack. The true essence of an almighty cauldron-filling realm expert was so dense that the spacious square was immediately shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. The cultivators standing near Gerst found it hard to breathe. They immediately retreated to a distance to watch. After a few breaths, the spacious battleground was cleared out by everyone. There wasn't even a shadow to be seen within a radius of several hundred meters. Only Qin Fen and Gerst stood on the battleground. Their gazes met, and their murderous auras collided in midair. Some people seemed to hear the sound of metal clashing. Gerst didn't waste any more words. He lifted his chin and the corners of his mouth curled up. He had already launched his attack. His body didn't move an inch. His hands didn't make any moves. He didn't even release the true essence that exploded from his body. However, a formless murderous aura spread rapidly and instantly enveloped Qin Fen. That murderous aura was perfectly controlled by Gerst. It only surrounded the battleground. The cultivators standing on the outer perimeter couldn't sense it at all. When the murderous aura appeared, Qin Fen knew that this wasn't a true essence attack. It was a domain formed by the condensation of divine sense. If other cultivators encountered this situation, they would definitely be scared shitless. However, Qin Fen was overjoyed. He was betting that Gerst hadn't formed a domain yet. Not only was Qin Fan glad that his opponent hadn't comprehended a domain, he was even more glad that Gerst had used a divine sense attack and not a true essence attack. In front of an almighty cauldron-filling realm expert, if the opponent directly used a true essence attack, Qin Fan definitely wouldn't have the ability to resist. Of course, under normal circumstances, when an almighty cauldron-filling realm expert used a divine sense attack, a hollow god realm cultivator wouldn't even know how they died. However, Qin Fan just happened to be in an abnormal situation. His divine sense was even stronger than an early-stage body condensation realm cultivator. Even if it couldn't compare to an almighty cauldron-filling realm expert, he could at least forcefully resist for a moment. He also guessed that Gerst was arrogant. Since his previous divine sense attack didn't kill him, he would definitely use the same attack to show his might. Everything was going according to Qin Fan's plan. His confidence instantly increased. When Gerst's divine sense completely enveloped the battleground, he immediately took out his imprisonment and slashed down. This slash looked ferocious, but it didn't cause any explosion. There wasn't even the most basic sound of wind breaking. Instead, a black radiance appeared on the long saber. That black radiance quickly scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the battleground and even blocked everyone's vision. What kind of technique is this? Is that black radiant saber chi? But why can't I feel any true essence fluctuations? This human cultivator is really arrogant. He actually dared to take the initiative to attack Senior Gerst. You're wrong. If that human ant doesn't attack first, I'm afraid he won't even have the chance to attack. Humph. The technique looks pretty cool, but what's the use? When Senior Gerst attacks, it will be the death of that human ant. Qin Fan sounded the battle horn, and the crowd instantly erupted. However, a loud sound suddenly came from the battleground. The black radiance quickly dispersed, as if black fog had been blown away by the wind. Everyone's gaze is quickly swept over. They saw Qin Fan flying into the sky and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. When he landed on the ground, he had already flown out of the battleground. Many beast cultivators cheered and screamed. However, before they could get excited, another wave of shouts came from the crowd. Look! Gerst also spat out blood. Fuck, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why is Senior Gerst sitting on the ground? Who injured him? That human cultivator is not simple. He must have hidden his cultivation. It must be because he is a cauldron-filling state almighty. When the crowd saw Gerst's situation, they all revealed shocked expressions. Although Gerst's standing position did not change, he was currently sitting cross-legged on the ground. The black hat on his head had already disappeared, revealing a terrifying half-human half-beast face. There was a large puddle of blood beside his leg. It was obvious that he had spat out the blood. Your Highness, are you okay? The body condensation state old man was shocked and immediately flew over. Gerst had already stood up and stopped the body condensation state old man from helping him up. Then, his gaze landed on Qin Fan. After a few seconds, he actually leaped into the sky and disappeared. The plaza quietened down. No one expected such an outcome. A long time after Gerst disappeared, the body condensation state old man finally came to his senses. He glared at Qin Fan and cursed a few times before leaving on his flying sword. Who dares to offend your highness? Just you wait and see. The atmosphere on the plaza was silent for a long time. The crowd gradually woke up. Did the battle just end? I didn't see anything. The two of them must have used their divine sense to attack. However, as a cauldron-filling state almighty, Gerst's divine sense was actually not strong enough to kill a hollow spirit state cultivator. This human cultivator is too terrifying. If he is allowed to continue developing, he might even surpass Senior Gerst by 100 years old. Qi Longxin did not listen to the discussion of the crowd. He looked at Qin Fen in a daze. After a long time, he said, "Brother Qin, how did you do it?" This was not only Qi Longxin's question. It was also the question of the tens of thousands of cultivators gathered on the plaza. Qin Fen had just landed when he ate 2 spiritual fragrance pills. Now that his divine sense had stabilized, he smiled at Qi Longxin. "I told you before that I am already at the initial success stage. However, I forgot to tell you that I just reached the advanced stage a few days ago." Qi Longxin's eyes were filled with shock. He did not know what to say. Qin Fen continued, "That Gerst is also at the advanced stage. Therefore, I am not afraid of him in a battle of realms. In addition, I took advantage of the moment when he underestimated me to take over his realm and injure his divine sense. This caused his divine sense attacks to weaken, and the damage he could do to me was also greatly reduced." Qin Fen's words were extremely profound. Qi Longxin had not even touched the edge of the realm, so he could not understand at all. "Brother Qin, you are really amazing," Qi Longxin exclaimed. Qin Fen nodded at him. His gaze immediately moved to Li Shanshan, who was lost in thought on the light platform. "Gerst used 1 billion spirit stones to buy woman number 3 for me. Quickly, give her to me." Qin Fen's voice was filled with excitement. Chapter 1996. The crowd woke up with a start. It was only now that everyone could confirm that Gerst had really lost that battle. Gerst had flown away immediately after he had lost, leaving the storage ring with 1 billion spirit stones in the void. Qi Longxin's 5th uncle took the storage ring. Soon, Li Shanshan was released from the formation and landed beside Qin Fen. The two looked at each other affectionately. They had many things to say to each other, but they didn't know where to start. "Shanshan, you've suffered." Qin Fen broke the silence. Li Shanshan could no longer suppress the grievances she had endured for more than a year. Tears gushed out of her eyes and she threw herself into Qin Fen's arms. "It's not hard. As long as I can see you again, it's all worth it." Li Shanshan choked. Qin Fen hugged her tighter and whispered some comforting words into her ear. Li Shanshan gradually became more talkative. It turned out that she had come to the Divine Continent with Emperor Qin's group, but she had entered the teleportation formation alone. Otherwise, Emperor Qin and the others would not have allowed her to come here. "Shanshan, why did they say that you have spiritual roots?" Qin Fen was puzzled by this question. When Ji Feiyan of the Wangquan Trading Company said that the 8 women in the auction all had spiritual roots, he already suspected that the woman on the stage was not Li Shanshan. She just looked like her. "I don't have spiritual roots, but my psionic special ability made them think that I do," Li Shanshan explained. Qin Fen finally understood. When Li Shanshan was taken away by the William family, they trained her to be a psionic special ability user. He didn't expect the cultivators of the Divine Supreme Continent to think that she had spiritual roots. "Qin Fen, when do you plan to go back?" Li Shanshan looked expectant. Qin Fen knew that she meant Earth, the Acropolis city that they were familiar with. Qin Fen also wanted to leave the Divine Supreme Continent as soon as possible and return to his hometown that he missed day and night. However, with his current cultivation and formation skills, he couldn't go back. He wondered if he could set up a teleportation formation from the Divine Supreme Continent to Earth after he became a level 9 formation master. "I'll go back one day." Qin Fen sighed as he looked at the sky. He suddenly wanted to get drunk and drown his sorrows. A toast to his hometown, and a toast to the distance. Li Shanshan seemed to have noticed Qin Fen's depressed mood, so she didn't continue asking about returning to Earth. Moreover, she suddenly wasn't that eager to go back. As long as she could be with Qin Fen, it didn't matter where they went. I heard Zhang Kuku, Rao Sherman, and Sister Wushuang are here as well. Have you found them? Li Shanshan asked. You don't have to worry about them. They are all fine and are currently in the Northern Sands region. After some time, I will bring you there. Qin Feng knew Li Shanshan didn't have many friends. The reason she was familiar with Zhang Kuku, Rao Sherman, and Yan Wushuang was because Zhang Kuku and Rao Sherman had a concert at the Acropolis University when Williams was investigating Li Xingtian's whereabouts. After Li Shanshan regained her memory, Gao Fei temporarily settled her in Yan Wushuang's single apartment. After a period of time, the two women became very close. When he recalled his youth, it had only been a few years, but Qin Feng felt as if it had been a lifetime. He had long shed his identity as a university student and stood at the top of China. Now that he was teleported to the divine mainland, he rose step by step in this cultivation world. Shanshan, I have many enemies now. Now is not the time to talk. Let me take you out of the high sea city and to a safe place first. Qin Feng gradually calmed down, and the burden on his body was lifted. Li Shanshan nodded obediently. She couldn't help but worry when she thought of the cauldron-filling almighty Gerst whom Qin Feng had offended not long ago. The beauty contest was still going on, but Qin Feng had lost interest in it. He frowned and thought about how to escape from Vashigin and Gerst's pursuit. Brother Qin, why don't you and Miss Shanshan stay in the high sea city? No matter how powerful the Nanming Temple is, they won't dare to attack you in the high sea city, Qi Longxing suddenly said. I plan to return to the 3 northern islands and ask my father to send a few guardians to bring you back. Qin Feng had introduced Qi Longxing to Li Shanshan earlier. Li Shanshan was shocked. She didn't expect there to be such a loyal person among the demon cultivators who would spare no effort to help human cultivators. Qin Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart, but he rejected Qi Longxing's suggestion. Brother Qi, don't call for help. I'll think of a way myself. Qi Longxing was instantly embarrassed. He understood what Qin Feng meant. Even if he went back to call for help, he might not be able to do it. The three of them fell into deep thought. Their expressions were grave. Qin Feng thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a good plan. Then, he heard Qi Longxing mumble to himself, sigh. It would be great if we knew a pill master. It would be best if he was an elixir king. Qin Feng said subconsciously, I am an elixir king. Qi Longxing's jaw dropped to the ground. He looked at Qin Feng in shock. Brother Qin, you're still in the mood to joke at a time like this? Qin Feng was speechless. But I'm really an elixir king. A level 5 level 7 elixir king. He had nothing to hide in front of Qi Longxing. Moreover, from Qi Longxing's words, it seemed that if he could find an elixir king, there would be a way to solve the problem in front of him. This time, Qi Longxing's expression was extremely serious. He thought about how Qin Feng had stepped into Nihility God Realm level 3 before the age of 30. Moreover, he was a rank 6 array grandmaster. If he was also an elixir king, it didn't seem impossible. Brother Qin, are you really a rank 5 rank 7 elixir king? Then why the fuck are we afraid of Nanming Palace? Qi Longxing shouted agitatedly. Qin Feng didn't understand what he meant. Could it be that Nanming Palace is afraid of me because I'm a rank 5 rank 7 elixir king? Qi Longxing smiled and said, of course not. Even though there are very few elixir kings in the Grey Island region, there are still a few elixir kings in Nanming Palace. However, we can help others concoct pills and rope in some experts to help us. We don't need those powerful experts to sell their lives for us. As long as they can safely send us to the 3 northern islands, it's fine. Qin Feng suddenly understood and secretly cursed himself for not thinking of this method earlier. Previously, when he was still in the northern sand continent, he had actually used this method of concocting pills to rope in experts. Qi Longxing's suggestion was very feasible. The high seas city was only 100 miles away from the 3 northern islands. He believed that many powerful experts would be willing to do this business. However, Qin Feng quickly became worried. This was the Grey Island region, and Nanming Palace was one of the 3 major powers on the island. Would anyone offend Nanming Palace for pills? As if seeing through Qin Feng's concerns, Qi Longxing continued, normal pills might not be able to rope in those powerful experts. That's why I suggested that we have to reach the level of an elixir king. Even though Nanming Palace is very powerful in the Grey Island region, not everyone is afraid of them. There will definitely be people who will help us under the temptation of benefits. The 3 of them came to an agreement. Qin Feng would concoct pills while the other 2 would be in charge of hooking up the powerful experts. At this time, the beauty contest had just ended. Qi Longxing got a long pole and placed it on the ground as a signboard. He shouted, "Heroes and warriors, please don't miss this opportunity. Today, Elixir Monarch Qin has reunited with a beautiful woman and is in a good mood. He has specially set up a stall here to concoct pills. I will only concoct pills of golden pill quality and above. I promise that I will not charge any fees, but please prepare the ingredients yourself. Because Elixir Monarch Qin's time is precious, I will only concoct pills for the first 100 cultivators today for free. Please line up in an orderly manner." Qin Feng couldn't tell that Qi Longxing had a talent for doing business. He couldn't help but want to laugh when he heard his words. Regardless of whether it was the North Sand Continent or the South Flat Continent, an elixir king was a rare existence. Qi Longxing hadn't even shouted a few times when hundreds of cultivators had already surrounded them. Isn't that the human cultivator who offended Jested? He's also an elixir king. Don't listen to Qi Longxing's nonsense. That guy has been sick in the head since he was young. He specializes in helping human cultivators bully his own kind. Look at that human cultivator. He's only a little over 30 years old. How could he be an elixir king? How dare he impersonate an elixir king to concoct pills in the high sea city? Are these 2 crazy people? It's such a pity that beautiful woman followed such an arrogant and dumb man. There were many discussions, and most of them were voices of doubt and disdain. Qi Longxing was instantly displeased. He believed that Qin Feng would not lie. Since Qin Feng had admitted that he was a 5th-tier 7th pill king, then he must be telling the truth. You ignorant fools, don't spout nonsense if you don't know anything. Pill King Qin didn't beg you to refine pills for him. If you don't believe me, then scram. I'm not going to serve you, Qi Long said angrily. He was, after all, the 8th son of the Black Snake King, the leader of the 3 islands in the north. Now that he was enraged, some of the discussion stopped. Brother Qi, can your friend refine Jindan? A young woman walked out from the crowd. She had a stunning appearance and a faint demonic aura emanated from her body. Qi Longxing obviously knew this person. He chuckled and said, "Little sister Longer, when has Brother Qi ever lied? My brother Qin is a genuine tier 7 pill king. A tier 6 golden pill is nothing in his eyes." Many Yao cultivators knew the woman called Longer. She was one of the dozen or so daughters of the Black Snake King and also Qi Longxing's half-sister. Although Qi Longxing did not get along with other Yao cultivators of the same race, Longer had been obedient and adorable since she was young. Qi Longxing had a good impression of her. Then I want a bottle of Jindan pills. These are the materials needed to refine pills. I'll give Brother Qi 2 sets. Your friend only needs to help me refine 1 set of Jindan pills, Longer said in a soft voice. Qi Longxing immediately asked Qin Feng with his eyes. Seeing Qin Feng nod indifferently, he accepted the ingredients from Longer's sister with a chuckle. little sister Longer is really amazing. You've stepped into the late Saint King stage before the age of 20. In a few years, your cultivation will probably surpass Brother Chi. Chapter 1997. Speaking of the Golden Yuan Elixir, all the cultivators present knew that it was a type of level 8 grade 6 golden elixir. It was an elixir that could help late Sage King stage cultivators break through quickly. To Qin Feng, refining the gold yuan pill was as easy as lifting his hand. He did not take it to heart at all. On the other hand, Qi Longxing's younger sister, Long Air, looked less than 20 years old, but she had already stepped into the 7th level of the Holy King realm. It could be seen that the cultivation speed of demonic cultivators was much more terrifying than that of human cultivators. Qin Feng casually took out a cauldron, which was a resource he had obtained from killing people before. He started a fire with one hand and threw the medicinal ingredients into the cauldron with the other. He didn't even have to preheat the cauldron. Could that human cultivator really be an elixir king? Looking at his alchemy technique, he's very familiar with it. It's obvious that he often concocts pills. Hee. With one look, I can tell that you are all amateurs. That guy is just putting on an act. He did not even preheat the pill furnace and directly threw the medicinal ingredients into the furnace. How dare he call himself a pill king with this kind of operation? I think it's more like a pill worm. Wow! What a fragrant smell. Is the pill about to form? Ha! Sure enough, he was pretending to be mysterious. It had only been an incense stick of time, and a bottle of Jindan was already out of the furnace. Who are you trying to fool? More and more people gathered, and many of them had mocking expressions on their faces. They were waiting for Qin Feng to refine a cauldron of useless pills and see if he still had the face to call himself an alchemy king. However, there were a few true alchemists standing in the crowd. When they saw Qin Feng's smooth and fluid pill refinement movements, their eyes almost fell to the ground. This young hero's alchemy technique is so exquisite. Purification, fusion, drawing, pill extraction. The whole process is so smooth and unconstrained that there are no pauses at all. It's as if it comes from his heart. He's a natural alchemy expert. An old man with the level of a level 3 7th tier pill king exclaimed in admiration. Many people were shocked and they heard the old man's words. It seemed that the old man's status was not low. Many cultivators knew him, and it was unexpected for him to praise Qin Feng's alchemy skills. Rumble. While the crowd was still in shock, a loud noise rang in their ears. Bursts of rich pill fragrance wafted in the air and quickly filled the huge square of the high sea city. Someone exclaimed, "Look! That human cultivator has successfully refined 18 golden essence pills in one cauldron. Holy shit! Was this person really refining golden elemental pills?" Back then, I found an extremely reputable alchemy king senior in the alchemy pavilion to refine the gold essence pill. That senior only produced 12 medicinal pills in one furnace. How did this brat refine 18? I'm sure that this cauldron contains gold essence pills without a doubt. That young hero only used the time for an incense stick to burn to refine 18 gold essence pills. Looks like he really is an elixir king. It's still 18 special grade golden essence pills. The crowd exploded. The cultivators who were mocking Qin Feng earlier all shut their mouths. Their eyes were wide open as if they had seen a ghost. Even Qi Longxing was stunned. He believed that Qin Feng was an elixir king, but he didn't expect Qin Feng's alchemy techniques to be so miraculous. In the short time it took for a joss stick to burn, he was able to refine a cauldron of Jinyuan pills. Even an ordinary elixir king wouldn't be able to do this. Wow! Brother Qi, your friend's alchemy skills are amazing. Thank you so much. Little Sister Long-Er's eyes sparkled as she looked at the 18 golden and round pills that flew out of the pill furnace. Qianfen had already put the golden essence pills into a jade bottle and gave it to her. Little Sister Long-Er, take your pills. When the jade bottle was in her hand, Little Sister Long-Er still felt like she was dreaming. Although it was not difficult for her to get golden essence pills with her status, the jade bottle in her hand contained 18 special-grade golden essence pills. Golden essence pills of this quality were quite difficult to find. Little Sister Long thanks Brother Qin. I won't disturb Brother Qin's alchemy anymore. I'll take my leave first. Little Sister Long turned and left, looking as if she was in a hurry to break through. However, before she could fly far, Qianfen's voice came from behind. Little Sister Long-Er, don't worry. The second cauldron of golden essence pills has also been formed. Take them with you. As soon as Qianfen finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a series of golden light dots flew out of the cauldron again. Before anyone could figure out how many golden essence pills there were in the second cauldron, he had already put the pills into a jade bottle and threw it into the void. Little Sister Long-Er caught it and was shocked when she opened the bottle. It was another bottle of 18 special-grade golden essence pills. It seemed that with Qianfen's current alchemy level, refining golden essence pills was completely capable of producing special-grade pills. Brother Qin, I said I only asked for one bottle of golden essence pills for 2 sets of materials. Before Little Sister Long could finish, Qianfen waved his hand and said, golden essence pills are useless to me. The materials are all yours. It was just a small effort on my part. You can take both bottles of special-grade golden essence pills. Qianfen deliberately reported the quality of the 2 bottles of pills, not to show off, but to attract some real powerful figures to come and ask for pills. Little Sister was not pretentious. After expressing her gratitude again, she immediately disappeared on her flying sword. This time, the crowd could no longer remain calm. With Qianfen's alchemy skills just now, no one would doubt his identity as an Elixir King. Elixir King Qin, I want a bottle of spirit-breaking pill. Can you help me refine it for free? I've already prepared all the medicinal materials. Elixir King Qin, have you heard of the Earth Spirit Pill? I wonder if Elixir King Qin can refine the void-breaking pill. If you can help me refine a cauldron, I will be very grateful. The originally deserted medicine stall was suddenly flooded with people. This change caused Li Shanshan to be dumbfounded. Qi Longxing's face was full of excitement and pride. He immediately shouted at the crowd, everyone, don't be in such a hurry. I've already said that Elixir King Qin's time is precious. This time, he can only refine pills for the first 100 cultivators. Now, there are only 99 spots left. Everyone, please line up consciously. Inside the High Sea City, no one dared to fight over the pills. A long line quickly formed. As far as the eye could see, there were clearly more than 100 people in the line. However, the cultivators at the back of the line were unwilling to leave. Even if they couldn't obtain the pills refined by Elixir King Qin for free in the end, it was still an extremely rare thing to be able to witness the glory of Elixir King Qin refining pills. Seeing that the effect was about right, Qianfen gave Qi Longxing a look. The latter immediately understood and continued, fellow Taoists, Elixir King Qin likes to make friends with the heroes of the world. That's why he set up a stall here to refine pills for free. If you want to ask Elixir King Qin to refine pills for you, you'll have to accompany me and Elixir King Qin to the 3 northern islands. A commotion broke out in the crowd. This request was a little abrupt and made everyone feel strange. Elixir King Qin, why are you going to the 3 northern islands? Someone asked. Qi Longxing helped to answer, everyone, don't worry. The 3 northern islands are the territory of my royal father, the Black Snake King. Everyone can go there to sightsee and cultivate. If you're not used to it, You can also leave when you reach the 3 northern islands. Although Qi Longxing's expression was very vague and he didn't mention Nanming Temple, there were still quite a few meticulous cultivators in the crowd who noticed something fishy. I know. You want to use everyone as scapegoats. You want to use us as shields to withstand the anger of the Nanming Temple. This is really a ruthless move, someone shouted. Chapter 1998. The people lining up to be concocted instantly exploded. I see. I was wondering why that brat would be so kind as to concoct pills for free. In the end, he's using us as cannon fodder. You dare to play with me? Do you believe I won't slap you to death? Everyone, disperse. That human cultivator killed the 3rd prince of the Nanming Temple and offended Guisti not long ago. He will die the moment he leaves the High Sea City. Everyone was very agitated. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the High Sea City, many of the body condensation realm experts would have acted already. Seeing such a chaotic scene, Li Shanshan hid beside Qin Fen in fear and held his arm tightly. Qi Longxing, on the other hand, was furious. From his point of view, asking an Elixir King to concoct pills for free and then escorting the Elixir King to another place was clearly an advantage for those people, but they made it look like they were the ones suffering a loss. You ignorant people, if you don't want to concoct pills, then scram. Brother Qin has never begged you to concoct pills for him. The closest island to the 3 northern islands is only 100 miles away. Even with the lowest grade flying sword, it would only take half an hour to get there. Such a simple thing can be exchanged for free pills personally concocted by an Elixir King. You can decide for yourselves whether this is a scam or a benefit, Qi Long roared. Some people calmed down and thought about it carefully. They felt that Qi Long was right. Actually, everyone was agitated because they thought Qin Fen and Qi Long were setting them up. But after thinking through the pros and cons, this deal was worth a try. However, many cultivators shook their heads and left. It wasn't that they were afraid of being scammed, but that they realized Qin Fen was looking for a cultivator above the body condensation realm. Otherwise, even if a Sage King or Buddha-like cultivator escorted him to the 3 northern islands, it would be completely useless. Elixir King Qin, if you can concoct the Earth Spirit Pill, Go Dan, am willing to escort you back to the 3 northern islands. A moment later, a tall and burly middle-aged man stood up. This person had a square face, but his body exuded a dense demonic aura. Clearly, he was a demonic cultivator who had completed his transformation or consumed a transformation pill. Qi Long whispered in Qin Fen's ear, Brother Qin, this Go Dan is a demonic cultivator who doesn't belong to any of the 3 factions. He has some fame in the Green Islands. Rumor has it that he's already at the late stage of the body condensation realm. This person can be accepted. Qin Feng nodded. He was quite satisfied with Go Dan. However, what surprised him was that Gurdon actually wanted to refine an Earth Spirit Pill. An Earth Spirit Pill was a miraculous pill that could allow cultivators without spiritual roots to have an Earth Spirit root. The pill formula for this pill had long been lost in the North Sand Continent. Back then, during the North Sand Continent's alchemist exchange, Aloe Vera from the Treasure Pill House tried to use an Earth Spirit Pill to make a name for herself. In the end, she was completely suppressed by Qin Feng's Spirit Surge Pill. You have the ingredients to refine the Earth Spirit Pill. Qin Feng was a bit suspicious. The Earth Spirit Pill that Go Dan spoke of was the Earth Spirit Pill that he was thinking of. Pill King Qin, do you think these ingredients are correct? Go Dan immediately threw over a storage ring. The Divine Sense seal on the ring had been removed. Qin Feng glanced at it and found that Go Dan really wanted the Earth Spirit Pill. It seemed that the Earth Spirit Pill hadn't disappeared from the South Flat Continent. Otherwise, how would Go Dan know about this miraculous pill? Senior Dan actually got the ingredients for the Earth Spirit Pill. It seems that he knows the pill formula or has heard of the ingredients for the Earth Spirit Pill. Rumor has it that the Earth Spirit Pill has a chance to let cultivators without spiritual roots develop Earth spiritual roots. There aren't many alchemists in the entire South Flat continent who can refine this miraculous pill. This has nothing to do with the alchemist's skill. It's because the pill formula has long been lost. Only a few large alchemy sects know about it. If Pill King Qin could even refine the Earth Spirit Pill, then he'd be really amazing. The crowd discussed the Earth Spirit Pill after hearing about it. Qin Feng realized that the Earth Spirit Pill was extremely rare in the South Flat continent. Although it hadn't completely disappeared, it couldn't be bought with spirit stones. The ingredients you provided include the 6 main ingredients for the Earth Spirit Pill, but there are still 8 supplementary ingredients that you haven't gathered. However, I do have those 8 ingredients with me. I'll help you refine it for free, Qin Feng said. Dan was shocked. He had an incredulous expression on his face. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. The Divine Supreme Continent had always been a place where the strong were respected. He had never met such a polite and easygoing Pill King like Qin Feng. I didn't expect Pill King Qin to really be able to refine the Earth Spirit Pill. Dan thanks Pill King Qin in advance. Qin Feng waved his hand, indicating that Dan didn't need to be too polite. Then, he made a grabbing motion in the air. The ingredients in the storage ring fell into the cauldron. Qin Feng once again displayed his unique skill of lighting the fire with one hand and refining the pill with the other. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. In fact, this was his first time refining the Earth Spirit Pill. He even found the pill formula from a book. The Earth Spirit Pill was classified as a gradeless pill on the Divine Supreme Continent because there were very few alchemists who could refine this kind of pill. Therefore, many people didn't even know the quality of the Earth Spirit Pill. However, the book classified the Earth Spirit Pill as a type of Grade 4 or Grade 6 gold pill. It was the same type of pill as the Spirit Surge Pill. Although the Earth Spirit Pill and the Spirit Surge Pill were of low quality, not even reaching the level of an Emperor Pill, Qin Feng had long noticed a mistake in alchemy. It wasn't that the higher the quality of the pill, the more precious it was. For example, the Void-Breaking Pill was a Grade 5 or Grade 7 King Pill. Its main effect was to help a cultivator at the peak of the Buddha Aura realm break through to the Void God realm. Although this type of pill was rare, as long as one had enough spirit stones, it could be bought from a large pill store. Its preciousness could not be compared to the Spirit Surge Pill. There was also the Spiritual Fragrance Pill. Although it was only a Grade 1 or Grade 7 King Pill, it could restore one's divine sense. In the entire South Pingzhou continent, there was no other pill that could restore one's divine sense. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the cauldron emitted a rich fragrance. Many people were excited as they realized that the pill was about to be formed. Rumble. Just as everyone was guessing, a muffled explosion came from the cauldron. Qin Feng waved his hand, and 12 white balls of light flew out of the cauldron into the sky. Before everyone could see the pills clearly, the 12 milky white pills had already been sucked into a jade bottle. Your Earth Spirit Pill is done. Take a look and see if it's correct. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the jade bottle flew into Guerden's hand. Guerden immediately opened the jade bottle in front of everyone. The rich fragrance of pills permeated the air. With a simple glance, he could confirm that this was a bottle of Earth Spirit Pills. Moreover, it was an entire bottle of special grade Earth Spirit Pills. Many thanks, Alchemy Monarch Qin. Guerden owes you a favor. I will follow Alchemy Monarch Qin until you are safely escorted to the 3 northern islands, Guerden declared. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Qi Longxing was so excited that he danced with joy. Ha! Senior Guerden, don't worry. I, Qi Longxing, never cheat people. As long as you safely escort Alchemy Monarch Qin to the 3 northern islands, you can leave at any time. Guerden nodded, walked behind Qin Fen, and stood there without saying anything else. The surrounding crowd could not remain calm. Qin Feng could even refine the Earth Spirit Pill, and he only used 2 incense sticks time to form the pill. This was even higher than the level of the Elixir Kings of the South Flat Continent's number 1 Elixir sect, Divine Cauldron Pavilion. Alchemy Monarch Qin, I'm at the peak of body condensation realm. I want you to help me refine a cauldron of form transformation pills. After it's done, I'm also willing to escort you to the 3 northern islands. Another mighty figure immediately stood up. The other dozens of mid- and late-stage body condensation realm cultivators who wanted to ask Qin Fen to refine pills could only retreat temporarily. Qi Longxing was overjoyed to see the forces on his side grow stronger and stronger. Qin Fen immediately looked inside and quickly found the form transformation pill. This was a pill specially used by the demon race to transform into a human's body. It was a type of 5th level 7th level king pill. With Qin Fen's current pill refining skills, he could refine it. Actually, after demon cultivators broke through to body condensation realm, they could automatically transform into a human. That old man at the peak of body condensation realm had already transformed into a human. He clearly wanted the form transformation pill for his juniors. Brother Qin, this is also an itinerant demon cultivator. His name is Whitebrow. He met the South Flat Continent's reclusive immortal sovereign, Whitebrow Immortal Sovereign. He loves the immortal sovereign's shoulder-length white eyebrows, so when he transformed, he also got 2 white eyebrows and gave himself the human name Whitebrow. This demon cultivator senior is quite reliable. If Brother Qin can refine the form transformation pill, take him in as well, Qi Longxing introduced. Qin Fen nodded and looked at Whitebrow. Let me see the medicinal ingredients. These words showed that he could refine the form transformation pill. Whitebrow was instantly excited. Alchemy Monarch Qin, are these enough? If you lack anything else, I have more on me. Qin Fen glanced at the storage ring he handed over. There were more than 50 types of medicinal ingredients, all of which were needed to refine the form transformation pill. There were also a dozen spirit herbs and spirit plants needed for other pills. The process of refining the form transformation pill is a little complicated. It can be formed in an hour. Qin Fen said an hour mainly because it was his first time refining the form transformation pill. Moreover, the form transformation pill was different from the Earth Spirit Pill. The Earth Spirit Pill was only of golden quality. Even though it was Qin Fen's first time refining it, it was still easy for him. On the other hand, the form transformation pill had reached the level of a level 5 grade 7 imperial pill. If he was slightly careless, it might turn into a useless pill. Start the fire, add the medicinal ingredients, melt the liquid, purify, draw the thread, condense the pill. Even though it was his first time refining the essence transformation pill, when Qin Fen used the Heart Sutra of Creation, it was as if he was born with it. The series of steps flowed smoothly. Just watching him refine the pill was a great enjoyment. In less than an hour, a dull sound came from the pill furnace. 6 form transformation pills were produced. However, this cauldron only produced 2 special grade pills, 2 superior grade form transformation pills, and 2 intermediate grade pills. However, this result was already out of Whitebrow's expectations. Not only him, but all the surrounding cultivators were now sure of Alchemy Monarch Qin Fen's identity. Not only was he an Alchemy Monarch, but he was also a level 5 grade 7 pill king. This was an extremely rare top-notch alchemist in the entire South Flat Continent. Thank you, Alchemy Monarch Qin. Thank you so much, Alchemy Monarch Qin. Don't worry, since this old man has benefited from alchemy Monarch Qin, I will naturally do my best to repay you. If I don't deliver alchemy Monarch Qin safely to the 3 northern islands, I, White Brow, swear to die before retreating. Chapter 1999. 3 days later. Qin Fan's team was already incomparably large. There were 23 body condensation state cultivators and 5 seniors who were at the peak of body condensation state. There were also 5 cauldron filling state cultivators and 1 cultivator that Qin Feng couldn't see through. Qi Longxing introduced the mysterious elder to Qin Fan. It was said that he was one of the 4 great guards of the East Dragon Palace, and his name was Tsang Long. Rumor had it that this guard's cultivation level was unfathomable. Some even said that he had entered the disaster transformation state. Tsang Long was willing to help Qin Fan because he didn't ask him to make any pills. Instead, he made Qin Fan promise that he would make a cauldron of pills after he became a level 9 or level 7 pill king. Qin Feng was in need of an expert escort, so he agreed to Tsang Long's promise. He believed that with the help of the creation of heaven and earth art, his alchemy skills would reach level 9 rank 7 sooner or later. He might even surpass the king of alchemy and become an alchemy immortal. Qin Fan only recruited those at body condensation state and above to protect him. As for those at the peak of hollow god state, Qin Fan made pills for them for free and let them go. 29 Almighties, plus Qin Fan's group of 3, made up a total of 32 people. Their lineup shocked the entire High Sea City. Seeing that it was almost time for the Sword Realm to open, Qin Fan changed his mind at the last minute. He did not plan to go to the 3 northern ring islands. Instead, he went straight to the Sword Peak. Regarding Qin Fan's change of heart, Gu Dan and the others did not express any objections. These people had all obtained the medicinal pills that he had refined for free, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. The 3 northern ring islands were only 100 li away from the High Sea City, so they felt that it was meaningless to escort them. Now that they had switched to the Sword Peak, which was several tens of thousands of li away, they felt a bit more at ease. Just as everyone was less than 100 miles away from the High Sea City, a huge flying ship appeared in mid-air, blocking everyone's way. More than 20 people came down from the flying ship, releasing a ferocious aura. Qin Fan immediately scanned them with his divine sense and found that the weakest among them was at the peak of Hollow God Realm. There were 17 or 18 body condensation state cultivators and 3 cauldron filling state cultivators. And with the surname Qin, let's see where you can run now. These were the forces of the South Brightness Temple, and they were led by Jest to Shout. Beside Jelst stood 2 cauldron-filling almighty experts. One of them was Nanming Palace's great protector, Vashan, and the other was also a great protector. Originally, the 3 of them thought that the forces they brought out were shocking enough. Just the people they brought out was enough to make Qin Feng piss his pants in terror. However, when they saw Qin Feng's team formation, their eyes almost fell to the ground. Why should I run? You're the ones who should be running. Qin Feng's expression was calm. Jest had already used his divine sense to check the situation on Qin Feng's side. There were 23 body condensation state cultivators, 5 cauldron-filling state experts, and 1 peak cauldron-filling state expert. He even suspected that he was dreaming. Vasily was also shocked speechless. These days, they had been busy transferring experts from the Nanming Temple, so they hadn't paid attention to Qin Fan refining pills and recruiting people in the High Sea City. Humph. Don't think that you're great just because you have more people. If you really want to compare, the Nanming Temple has hundreds of body condensation state cultivators and tens of cauldron-filling state experts. The White Flood Dragon King has reached disaster transformation state long ago. How can you compare? The new cauldron-filling state protector shouted. Qin Feng sneered. Who doesn't know how to brag? I'm from a 7-star sect in the South Flat Continent. There are countless body condensation state senior brothers in the sect, over 1,000 cauldron-filling state elders, and disaster transformation state elders. Even the sect leader has reached true realization state. What's the point of saying all this? If you're so capable, call him over first before you brag. The new cauldron-filling state protector of the Nanming Temple clearly didn't know how good Qin Fang's mouth was, and he almost fainted from anger. Jest and Vasily looked at him sympathetically and shook their heads helplessly. Fellow Taoists, this ant named Qin killed the Nanming Temple's Third Highness a few days ago and has a great feud with the Nanming Temple. Today, the Nanming Temple is going to kill him here. Unimportant people, please leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame the Nanming Temple for being merciless if you're implicated. Jest quickly calmed down and said to the people behind Qin Feng. However, those people all had cold expressions and didn't seem to hear what he said. Jest's face was about to freeze. His aura skyrocketed and finally stopped at the early stage of cauldron-filling state. The 23 body condensation state cultivators instantly felt the pressure. Qin Feng couldn't breathe, and Li Shanshan even half-squatted and looked like she was about to vomit. Jest, I'll protect Elixir Monarch Qin today. You better back off. Suddenly, an even more ferocious wave of true essence spread out from behind Qin Feng. That true essence formed a huge barrier that covered the crowd. Gerst's true essence pressure instantly disappeared, and everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. You're a demonic cultivator, but you're helping a human ant. Aren't you afraid that the Nanming Temple and the 3 northern islands will join forces to attack the East Dragon Palace? Jest was furious. As the #1 demonic cultivator prodigy of Green Island, he had never felt so aggrieved. Zhang Long said mercilessly, the East Dragon Palace has never been afraid of battle. So what if Nanming Temple and the 3 northern islands join forces? Besides, the 3 northern islands will not associate themselves with Nanming Temple. The Black Snake King's 8th son, Qi Longxing, is a good friend of Elixir King Qin. The corner of Jest's mouth twitched violently. He couldn't find the words to refute. Originally, they thought they would definitely kill Qin Feng, but the current situation was completely out of Jest and the others' expectations. Seeing that the other side didn't dare to make a move, Qin Feng's goal had been achieved. He didn't want to start a fight. Although he had the advantage in numbers, if they really fought, who knew if Gurdon and the others would fight back with their lives? There was another important reason why Qin Feng didn't want to fight. This scene was so similar to the unprecedented battle in the North Sand Continent. At that time, he was blocked by the 5-star sects of the North Sand Continent in Purple Cloud City. Later on, his friends and forces came to help, which led to an unprecedented battle in the North Sand Continent. There were countless deaths and injuries in that battle. Even a few empty God Realm experts died. The Barefoot Enlightened being escaped with serious injuries, and the Purple Cloud City Lord, Ouyang Jun, died in battle. After half a year, when Qin Feng thought of this, the rage in his heart was still surging. He didn't want the same thing to happen in the South Flat region. At the same time, he had made up his mind to return to the North Sand region to take revenge after challenging the Great Sword Domain. Let's go. Qin Feng stepped on his flying sword and led the way into the sky with Li Shanshan. Qi Longxing and the 29 powerful experts immediately followed. The Nanming Temple beast cultivators were dumbfounded by the huge formation. They only came back to their senses after the crowd disappeared into the sky. Your Highness Jest, what should we do now? Washizan looked coldly at Jest and asked. I don't believe that Song Dragon and the others will follow Qin Feng forever. They are going to the Sword Peak. Qin Feng probably wants to challenge the Sword Domain. We will guard the Sword Peak. It won't be too late to kill him when the sword domain closes. Chapter 2000. Several days later. The group led by Qianfen safely arrived at Sword Peak. Sword Peak was originally a mountain high in the clouds. After the Sword Realm was discovered, a small city was developed around the mountain. Every time the Sword Realm opened, the city was bustling with activity. However, Sword Peak City wasn't like the High Sea City. It wasn't a public city and wasn't even managed by anyone. It was completely developed for the Sword Realm as a place to trade and rest. Brother Qin, Nanming Temple is still following us. What should we do now? Qi Longxing's expression was grave. Now that White-Browed and the others had safely escorted Qianfen to Sword Peak, their mission was considered complete and they didn't owe Qianfen anything. However, there were still several days before the Sword Realm opened. Qianfen scanned the area with his consciousness and didn't find Senior Xian Hai. If White-Browed and the others left now, Qianfen would die unless he hid in the astral space. He naturally couldn't hide in the astral space. That would be the end of Li Shanshan and Qi Longxing. Just as he was about to suggest making pills for everyone for free, Gu Erden stood up and said, "Alchemy Monarch Qin, I see that the Sword Realm hasn't opened yet and Nanming Temple is hiding nearby. I'm willing to follow you and leave after you enter the Sword Realm." Qianfen was grateful. As expected, there were many people who valued relationships and loyalty among the demon cultivators. With Gu Erden taking the lead, a few more people stood up. "I have nothing to do recently anyway. Why don't I follow Alchemy Monarch Qin and learn more about herbs? I wonder if Alchemy Monarch Qin can help me make a few more cauldrons of pills. I can provide you with 2 sets of spirit grass, and we'll split the refined pills in half." I was planning to challenge the Sword Realm and go in with Alchemy Monarch Qin. A total of 29 powerhouses escorted Qianfen to Sword Peak. In the end, 19 stayed. 7 body condensation cultivators left, 2 cauldron-filling states bid farewell, and Songlong from East Dragon Palace also left. Qianfen didn't ask them to stay. Their previous agreement had been fulfilled. They wouldn't feel sorry if they left on their own. When Songlong left, Qianfen promised him that once he became a level 9 level 7 pill king, he would go to East Dragon Palace to help him make pills. Qianfen was very grateful to the 19 almighty seniors who stayed behind. He refined 2 cauldrons of pills for each of them for free as a way to repay their kindness. Although Qianfeng's forces were slightly weaker, overall, they were still incredibly powerful. In fact, they could be considered one of the top forces in the entire South Flat continent. The cultivators of the Nanming Palace had been lurking around the Sword Peak. When they saw that Gu Erden and the others were going to stay at the Sword Peak, they did not have any temper. When all the pills were refined, there were still 5 days before the Sword Domain opened. Qianfen booked an inn in Jianfeng City. When Gurdon and the other 19 almighties appeared together, the owner of the inn was given a huge fright. After arranging everything, Qianfen planned to go into seclusion for 5 days and meet up with Senior Xian Hai on the day that the Sword Domain opened. However, it was a little rushed for him to break through in just 5 days, so he took out his ruler and started studying it. This strange stone that looked like a ruler was bought by Qianfen at an auction in the 80-kilometer city for 10 million spirit stones. At that time, all the cultivators thought that Qianfen had made a loss. Even 1,000 spirit stones would be expensive for such an inconspicuous stone. However, only Qianfen knew the secret hidden in this stone. Back then, it was also because of the strong reaction from the spirit-seeking bug. Otherwise, even he would not have been able to discover the secret in this stone. Qianfen had studied the ruler before. When he scanned it with his divine senses, it was like a boundless black hole world. Moreover, that space gave Qianfen an extremely mysterious and unfamiliar feeling. He was sure that it was his first time coming into contact with that kind of space. Although this ruler was only 1.5 meters long, he did not know what material it was made of. It was extremely heavy. Now that he picked up the ruler again, Qianfen also found it extremely difficult. It was as if the longer he held it in his hand, the heavier the stone became. What the hell is this thing? What does the spirit-seeking bug see in it? Qianfen could not help but complain. After a while, he realized that the ruler was as heavy as a mountain. Helplessly, he could only put the ruler on the ground. When Qianfen had first obtained this ruler, he had fantasized that he would one day wield it and go on a killing spree. Now, this thought had almost disappeared. If he really encountered a battle between venerable ones, wouldn't carrying such a heavy piece of rock be suicidal? Master, there are many seals on the ruler. Try to break the seals first. Little Pig said. Qianfen thought so too. He planned to use these 5 days to try to break the seals on the ruler. Previously, he realized that the seals on the ruler could only be broken by smithing techniques. Using formations was useless. Looks like I have to learn smithing first. Qianfen sighed. He was only 30 years old, but he was already a level 5 level 7 pill king. He was also a level 6 formation master. His cultivation level was at Nihility God Realm level 3. His true strength could kill early-stage body condensation stage cultivators. He was about to embark on the path of smithing again. Even Qianfen was shocked by his own talent. He believed that there would not be a second cultivator like him in the North Sand Continent and South Flat Continent. As for whether or not there were any geniuses like him in the West Sea Continent and Eastfield Continent, it was hard to say. Ding! Congratulations host Qianfen, you have spent 500,000 hedonist points and successfully purchased the Encyclopedia of Smithing. Host's total hedonist points, 829,000 hedonist points. Gentle reminder, host will only need to spend 1,700,000 hedonist points to upgrade to rank 9 hedonist mortal. When the time comes, new system functions will be unlocked. Please look forward to it. Qianfen entered the system and bought the Encyclopedia of Pill Refinement. The Encyclopedia of Pill Refinement, the Encyclopedia of Pill Refinement, and the Encyclopedia of Formation belonged to the same category. They were all priced at 500,000 hedonist points in the system. Ever since he obtained the Encyclopedia of Pill Refinement and the Encyclopedia of Formation, Qianfen realized that spending 500,000 hedonist points on these types of secret manuals was definitely worth it. The system also notified Qianfen about leveling up to rank 9 hedonist mortal. Qianfen couldn't help but feel excited. However, he was still 900,000 hedonist points away from leveling up. It would be difficult for him to gather the required amount in a short period of time. Qianfen thought of Tiantong City, the place where the South Flat Continent's Genius Conference was held. It was the largest public city in the South Flat Continent, and the city lord's identity was a mystery. The 4 elders of the city all had systems, and their system levels were even higher than Qianfen's. Qianfen still didn't know what system the 4 elders of Tianming City had. Why did they help him escape? Was it because of his identity as the person who avoided the calamity? There were many things that he couldn't figure out. In the end, Qianfen decided not to think too much about it. What he needed to do now was to settle the matter at hand. When he calmed down, he took out the smithing materials from the system, and they piled up into a small hill by his feet. I didn't expect to collect so many smithing materials in less than 3 years since I came to the Divine Continent. Qianfen was stunned by the scene in front of him. This was mainly because he didn't like smithing. Most of the smithing materials he collected were piled up in his storage ring, and most of the spiritual herbs he collected were used to concoct pills. With so many smithing materials for him to practice with, Qianfen didn't have any worries. He activated the creation chapter and flipped through the Encyclopedia of Smithing. The originally abstruse explanations in the secret book seemed to have turned into simple pictures that flashed through Qin Fen's mind and were deeply engraved in his mind. This kind of reading speed could be described as 10 lines at a glance. In less than a day, Qin Fen finished reading the beginner chapter of the Encyclopedia of Smithing, and had a deep understanding of the smithing process and tricks of smithing weapons and spiritual tools. Both smithing and smithing required cauldrons, but cauldrons were slightly different. Smithing required a pill cauldron to prevent the spiritual qi in the herbs from dissipating and affecting the quality and medicinal properties of the pills. Smithing required a weapon cauldron to make it convenient for smithing weapons. Qin Fen didn't have a weapon cauldron specifically for smithing. Not long ago, he saw a low-grade weapon cauldron being auctioned at the 80 Mile City auction. However, he didn't think about smithing at that time, so he missed a great weapon cauldron. However, he did have a few low-grade weapon cauldrons in his storage ring. These were the spoils of war he got from killing people. In fact, the storage rings he got from robbing people contained all kinds of treasures. However, those things were too low-grade, so Qin Fen didn't care about them at all. Right now, Qin Fen was only practicing smithing the lowest-level weapons, so he didn't have high requirements for weapon cauldrons. He compared them and finally took out a light blue weapon cauldron with a water dragon carved on it. This was the beginning of his smithing journey. This was Qin Fen's first time smithing without the help of the system. In the beginning, it was difficult to get started. The complicated smithing steps and strict fire control caused Qin Fen to overmelt the materials a few times and turn them all into waste. However, he didn't give up. Instead, he became more and more enthusiastic. The materials under his feet disappeared at a rapid speed, and Qin Fen's smithing results gradually changed from failure to weapon smithing. The Encyclopedia of Smithing had an introduction to the levels of weapons. On the Divine Continent, the lowest level weapons were weapons, and blacksmiths who could make weapons were called weaponsmiths. Above that were spirit weapons, and the corresponding blacksmiths were called spirit weapon grandmasters. Above that were true weapons, and true weapons grandmasters. As for immortal weapons, Qin Fen didn't look at them in detail because the highest level of weapons on the Divine Continent was the highest level. Although there were legends of immortal weapons, it was just a legend. At least, Qin Fen had never seen an immortal weapon on the Divine Continent. 3 days later, Qin Fen's smithing skills had stabilized at the weaponsmithing level. His success rate in smithing weapons had reached 50%. In reality, this kind of success rate was already considered to be at the bottom of the tool refiners. However, Qin Fen had only spent 3 days to go from a tool refiner novice to a weaponsmith. This kind of godly speed was already unbelievable. Chapter 2001. When one was immersed in one thing, time flew by quickly. 5 days passed in a flash for Qin Fen. It was Li Shanshan who woke him up and told him that Senior Xian Hai had come to Sword Peak City. Qin Fen was in the mood for tool forging. He found that many aspects of tool forging were similar to pill concoction and formation setting. He used 3 days to step into weaponsmith level, but in the next 2 days, he grew even faster. Now, he had completely stabilized his weaponsmith level. His success rate of weapon forging was as high as 90%, and his success rate of forging low-grade spirit weapons was 30%. He could be considered a spirit weapon master. In a short 5 days, he grew from a tool forging novice to a spirit weapon master. Even Qin Fen himself found this kind of learning speed hard to believe. But after he calmed down, he realized that the reason why he grew so fast was not luck, but because he had a strong foundation in pill concoction and formation setting. Qin Fen, Senior Xian Hai is here, he's outside. Li Shanshan called him once but got no response, so she called again. This time, Qin Fen was completely awake. He put aside the joy of tool forging and held Li Shanshan's hand as he strode out of the room. Senior Xian Hai is an almighty senior that I respect very much. Let's go out and welcome him. When the two walked out of the room, Xian Hai was already waiting outside. Young hero Qin, these people are. Xian Hai immediately stood up. When he arrived at the inn, he was shocked by the 19 almighties including Gurdon. Qin Fen hurriedly introduced them. Senior Xian Hai, these are my friends. They specially escorted me to Sword Peak. Seniors, this is 80 Mile City's great protector Xian Hai. Xian Hai was already a cauldron-filling state. Even among the 19 almighties, he was a top existence. Even the 3 cauldron-filling state cultivators in the crowd immediately greeted him. It could be seen that although they were all at cauldron-filling state, the 3 weren't as strong as Xian Hai. These people escorted you to Sword Peak. Xian Hai found it hard to accept. The group escorting Qin Fen was too grand. He couldn't help but look at Qin Fen again, guessing his background and identity. Qin Fen naturally understood what Xian Hai was thinking. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was just an itinerant cultivator. How could he have a powerful background? However, Qin Fen didn't explain much. He immediately cupped his fists and thanked Gurdon and the others. These people had protected him for many days, and he felt embarrassed to keep them. Thank you, seniors, for taking care of me these days. In the future, if you are in urgent need of any pills, you can send a flying sword message to me. The crowd bid farewell to Qin Fen one by one. When everyone had left, Qin Fen told Xian Hai about the Sword Realm. Senior Xian Hai, is there anything else I need to prepare? Xian Hai waved his hand and said, I've already prepared everything for you. You just need to relax and challenge the Great Heavenly Sword Domain. Based on my understanding of you, as long as nothing goes wrong, it won't be a problem for you to enter the 3rd level of the Great Heavenly Sword Domain. If you're lucky, you might even be able to enter the 4th level. As for the 5th level of the Great Heavenly Sword Domain, you can enter it if you're fated to. Qin Fen didn't know much about the Sword Realm, but Qi Longxing was shocked by Xian Hai's words. Senior Xian Hai, do you think Brother Qin can enter the 4th level? Brother Qi, what's wrong with the 4th level of the Sword Domain? Why are you so shocked? Qin Fen was surprised. Qi Longxing seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his shocked expression calmed down. I forgot that Brother Qin has already attained great mastery in the boundary. It seems like it won't be difficult for him to enter the 4th level. However, Brother Qin is not even 30 years old yet, and you're already able to challenge the 4th level of the Great Heavenly Sword Domain. You'll definitely shock the entire South Plateau state. Qin Fen had heard from Qi Longxing and Xian Hai that the 5th level of the Great Heavenly Sword Domain was a dividing line. Any cultivator who could enter the 5th level was basically an almighty being. After coming out of the 5th level, those cultivators would improve by leaps and bounds in the future. Qi Longxing is right. Any cultivator who can enter the 5th level of the Great Heavenly Sword Domain will become famous in the South Plateau state. Cultivators who can enter the 5th level of the Great Heavenly Sword Domain before the age of 100 can be counted on one hand, let alone cultivators under 30 years old. Xian Hai looked at Qin Fen solemnly and said, Young hero Qin, as long as you can enter the 5th level of the Great Heavenly Sword Domain, you'll definitely become number 1 in the 80-kilometer city. Qi Longxing and Li Shanshan did not know about the agreement between Qin Fen and Xian Hai. However, seeing that Qin Fen did not explain, they did not pursue the matter. The few of them chatted for a while before rushing to the foot of the Sword Peak. Although Qin Fen used his divine consciousness to sense that the Nanming Palace's cultivators were still waiting in the surroundings, Vaser and Jezite had already left. Only the Cauldron Ekayana Great Protector and some body condensation realm demonic cultivators were left behind to guard the mountain. Qin Fen did not care about these people. He believed that Senior Xian Hai alone was enough to intimidate them. Young hero Qin, you seem to have offended the Nanming Palace. Xian Hai had just arrived at the foot of the Sword Peak when he saw the situation. Qin Fen said awkwardly, I've implicated Senior Xian Hai this time. I killed the Nanming Palace's Third Highness not long ago. Now, I'm being hunted by the entire Nanming Palace. Xian Hai's expression changed drastically. He looked at Qin Fen in disbelief and said, You killed the White Wyrm King's son. And you're still alive. You're really lucky. Seeing Xian Hai's reaction, Qin Fen started to worry. He was afraid that Xian Hai would just turn around and leave, even saving him the trouble of participating in the Sword Realm competition. Although the Nanming Palace's power is great, it's only limited to the Grey Island. As a human cultivator, I rarely go to the Grey Island, so I'm not afraid of the Nanming Palace's power. However, after the Sword Realm competition ends, you better be on guard in case you get caught by the Nanming Palace. Xian Hai said. Qin Fen heaved a sigh of relief and immediately cupped his fists to express his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Xian Hai. Junior won't disappoint Senior. Xian Hai knew that Qin Fen was talking about the Sword Realm competition. He nodded and didn't say anything else. He stood at the foot of the Sword Peak with his hands behind his back. More and more cultivators gathered at the foot of the Sword Peak. There were both human and demonic cultivators. Qin Fen only now knew that during the 3 months before the Sword Realm competition, human cultivators could enter the Grey Island and wouldn't be chased away by the demonic cultivators. He immediately understood why there were so many human cultivators at the High Sea City's beauty pageant. It turned out that it was the time when the Grey Island was opened. It's you, human ant. This old man was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you. I didn't expect that you would jump out yourself to die. An old and dignified voice seemed to come from the sky. Just the aura of the voice alone was enough to make Qin Fen unable to breathe. A black shadow descended at a speed faster than a meteor. Before Qin Fen could react, the aura of death had already enveloped him. Isn't this the great protector Hai Qiji? Why did you attack my disciple? At this crucial moment, Xian Hai's voice suddenly sounded. As his voice rose into the sky, it seemed to be accompanied by a violent surge of true essence, forming a true essence barrier around Qin Fen. The dense killing intent and pressure instantly dissipated. Chapter 2002. The figure that flew over was the 80-mile city's demon cultivator Grand Protector, Hai Qiji. His killing intent boiled as he stared coldly at Xian Hai and said, When did this brat become your disciple? Xian Hai's expression didn't change as he said, Back in the city, Qin Feng came to visit me at the Autumn Leaf Pavilion and I took him in as my disciple. Guardian Hai Qiji, why are you asking about this? Hai Qiji didn't believe that Xian Hai really took Qin Feng in as his disciple. He knew that Xian Hai was an independent cultivator, he had been in the city for more than 100 years and he had never taken in any disciples. You're going against me for a human ant, is it worth it? Hai Qiji said coldly. Guardian Hai Qiji, don't call me a human ant all the time. Don't forget that I'm also a human. Qin Feng is a disciple that I found to challenge the mighty heavenly sword realm. Do you think I should protect him with all my might? Hai Qiji was dazed and then laughed loudly. Haha, Xian Hai, is your brain broken? Xian Hai, oh Xian Hai, are you out of your mind? Didn't you place last in the Sword Domain Challenge a few years ago? There's no need for you to give up and find a Nihility God Realm Level 3 ant to challenge the Sword Domain Challenge, right? Xian Hai's expression was cold. No one would feel good after being provoked again and again. Hai Chiji didn't seem to notice at all and pointed at a middle-aged man behind him and said, "This is my eldest disciple, Hai Feng. He reached the body condensation state primary stage at 90 years old and is representing the city to challenge the Sword Realm." He was clearly showing off to Xian Hai, but Xian Hai didn't care about Hai Feng at all. Although this beast cultivator was already at the body condensation state primary stage, the challenge of the Sword Realm didn't depend on cultivation, it depended on the cultivator's understanding of the situation. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. As a beast cultivator, he only reached the body condensation state primary stage at 90 years old. There were a lot of people with this kind of talent on Tsang Island. Where did Hai Chiji get the confidence to show off? "What are you laughing at, brat?" Hai Chiji's body was filled with coldness. Qin Feng knew that Hai Chiji didn't dare to do anything to him, so he didn't care and said indifferently, "I'm laughing at how you treat trash as a genius and use it to show off." Towards Hai Chiji, this sinister and vicious old fellow, Qin Feng had always been merciless. Hai Chiji and Hai Feng were enraged at the same time. Hai Feng said, "Ignorant human ant, you call me trash. I reached the body condensation realm when I was 80 and I comprehended the realm when I was 90. You're just a hollow spirit realm level 3 trash." Qin Feng was even more amused. He comprehended realms when he was in his 20s and reached hollow god realm level 3 before he was 30. Based on his previous cultivation speed, he would definitely reach body condensation realm before he was 40. Was he bragging about these things? This time, without waiting for Qin Fen to speak, Qi Long smirked and said, "I really don't know where your confidence comes from. He only reached the body condensation stage at 80 years old, and he still has the nerve to show off." Among the demon cultivators in Artsang Island, those with average talent basically all step into the body condensation realm at the age of 60, those with good talent can reach the body condensation realm at the age of 50, and those with great talent can reach the body condensation realm at the age of 40. You're not a fake demon cultivator, are you? Are you deliberately slandering the cultivation talent of my demon cultivator clan? Say it. Why are you doing this? Hai Feng. Humph. A bunch of ignorant ants. Other than being good at talking, what else can you do? I don't want to waste my breath with you. After the Sword Realm opens, let's see if you can still be so arrogant. Hai Chiji turned and left angrily. He had seen Qin Fen's scolding skills in the city. He could easily fight 10 people at once. But before he could take a few steps, he heard Qin Fen's voice. "After entering the Sword Realm, I won't be as arrogant as I am now." Hai Chiji suddenly stopped, thinking that there was something wrong with his ears. A smile slowly appeared on his face. Humph. At least you have some self-awareness. Before he could finish, Qin Fen continued, "I will be even more arrogant than now." Hai Chiji. Hai Feng. The two of them came arrogantly and then left cursing loudly. Not long after they left, a few more figures landed beside Qin Fen. "Junior brother Xian Hai, where are the disciples you sent this time? Let me see. I didn't expect young hero Qin to be here too." The first two to land were the demon race's protector Li Tian and the ghost cultivator's protector Yin Fei. Yin Fei had a playful smile on his face. Clearly, he had the same idea as Hai Chiji. He was here to see Xian Hai make a fool of himself. On the other hand, Li Tian's tone was calm and he recognized Qin Fen. This surprised Qin Fen. Junior Qin Fen greets Senior Li Tian. Qin Fen only greeted Li Tian as if Yin Fei didn't exist. This action made Yin Fei curse, as expected of an ignorant ant. "With your eyes, sooner or later, you will die in the divine continent." Qin Fen pretended not to hear him. Xian Hai stood up and said, "Brother Yin Fei, didn't you want to see the disciple I sent to challenge the Sword Realm?" It is young hero Qin. Yin Fei was stunned. When he regained his senses, his reaction was exactly the same as Hai Qiji's. He laughed and said, "Ah. Junior brother Xan Hai, if you need someone, just tell me. I can pick anyone from the disciples and they will be much stronger than that brat." Xan Hai looked at the disciple standing behind Yin Fei. He was already in the middle stage of the body condensation realm, but Xan Hai didn't care. Many peak stage body condensation realm masters couldn't even touch the realm. "I'm used to losing anyway. I don't care." Xan Hai smiled. Yin Fei really thought that Xan Hai was giving up. His face was full of pride. "Junior brother Xan Hai, don't be discouraged. It's not that your disciple is weak, it's that our disciple is too strong." Ha ha ha. Different from Hai Qiji, Yin Fei left with a triumphant expression. However, in the eyes of Qin Fen and the others, he was no different from an idiot. Li Tian couldn't stand it anymore and comforted, "Brother Xan Hai, don't take Yin Fei's words to heart. Everyone is just doing their best. As for the final result, we can't decide it. Young hero Qin, you're at Hollow God Realm level 3 at such a young age. I have high hopes for you." Qin Fen cupped his fists towards Li Tian to express his gratitude. Li Tian and Xan Hai were also the 4 guardians of the 80-mile city. Li Tian and Xan Hai were upright and had the demeanor of an expert. Yin Fei and Hai Qiji were sly and arrogant. The number of cultivators who came to challenge the sword domain was more than Qin Fen had expected. The originally empty foot of the sword peak was already filled with people. Qin Fen saw many familiar faces in the crowd. There were Gu Xiaoyao, floating on water, Jiang family, Wind God Valley, Time Mountain and other sects disciples. Not long ago, Qin Fen became famous in the Sky Connection City Genius Conference. He killed the genius disciples of the 7 and 6-star sects of the South Flat Continent. Now, he was wanted by all the sects of the South Flat Continent. However, he had already changed back to his original appearance. Now, he was mingling in all the human sects and no one recognized him. "Do you think there will be a master who can enter the 5th level in this year's Sword Domain Challenge?" The crowd discussed while waiting for the Sword Domain to open. "There hasn't been a master who can enter the 5th level in 100 years. I don't think it's possible this year either. What do you think the disciples of the 6 and 7-star sects of the South Flat Continent are doing? Why can't anyone enter the 5th level? Also, aren't the beast cultivators in the Green Island very powerful? I don't see anyone enter the 5th level. I think the terror of the Green Island is just a story the beast cultivators made up. Don't expect any genius disciple from the large sects of the South Flat Continent to become famous in the sword domain this year. Didn't you hear the rumors? A monster rogue cultivator appeared in the genius conference. He single-handedly destroyed the genius disciples of the 6-star and 7-star sections. Finally, he obtained the title of the number 1 genius. I think he's called Xiao Feng. That's right. I also heard about this. Even Gu Xiaoyao's Nihility God stage level 6 Lin Rui died in his hands. Even Time Mountain Xia Yingjun was killed by him. As for Yun Yu's Gu Shi and Wind God Valley's Gu Yu, they fled without fighting. Fuck. When did this happen? Why did I only hear about it now? Did that monster rogue cultivator come? If he challenges the sword domain, he might be able to enter the 5th level. A few months had passed since the Genius Conference, but the heat didn't die down. Instead, it became more and more intense. Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qi Longxing didn't know that Xiao Feng was Qin Feng. He even pulled a human cultivator into a heated discussion. Qin Feng, are they talking about you? Li Shanshan asked in a low voice. Qin Feng nodded. Li Shanshan immediately understood. Then, a shocked expression appeared on her face. She didn't expect Qin Feng to dominate Earth when he was in Huaxia. Now that he came to the Divine Supreme Mainland, he was just as dazzling. It's open. It's open. The sword domain is open. After a while, a scream came from the crowd. This scream caused the cultivators at the foot of the sword peak to explode. They even stopped talking about Qiao Feng and looked up at the sword peak. The sword peak was so tall that its peak couldn't be seen. Now, a white light shot out from the peak. It was as dazzling as the sun. The surrounding clouds and mist dissipated on their own, gradually revealing the outline of the mountain peak. Qin Feng finally understood the origin of the name Sword Peak. The entire mountain was like an unsheathed sword pointing straight at the sky. Some cultivators had already rushed to the peak. It seemed like this sword peak was completely open. Anyone could enter the sword domain. At this time, another scream came from the crowd. Many cultivators who were about to rush to the peak stopped and looked shocked. What a powerful true yuan aura. Is this an almighty cauldron-filling realm? Why is there an almighty cauldron-filling realm here? Isn't the sword domain limited to cultivators under 100 years old? It's Grey Island's #1 beast cultivator, Jest. Rumor has it that he has already entered the cauldron-filling realm. Chapter 2003. Why is Gerst here? Qin Fen's expression changed drastically, and he immediately asked Qi Longxing. If Gerst also entered the sword realm, he would be finished. Qi Longxing was also confused, and he mumbled, I don't know. Isn't he over 100 years old? Why would he challenge the sword realm? Everyone's topic fell on Gerst. This #1 demon prodigy who stepped into the cauldron-filling realm at 100 years old was not only famous in Tsang Island, but also in the entire South Flat continent. Could it be that the Sword Realm's rules changed this year? I heard that the Sword Realm is a mystic realm passed down from ancient times. How could such a mystic realm's rules be changed? I think there's a problem with the Sword Realm. Don't tell me it's going to collapse because it's been too long. Everyone had their own guesses. Gerst had already rushed to the peak, and a dazzling light shot out from his body. It was as dazzling as the white light from the formation door, like two small suns shining on the earth. His cold and majestic voice descended from the sky, Qin, I'll enter the sword realm first. If you dare to enter, you'll definitely die. With that, Gerst's figure leaped into the white formation door and instantly disappeared from the peak. Gerst really went in. How is that possible? Quick! Send a signal to the Sex Grand Elders. The Sword Realm no longer has an age limit. Let the Grand Elders come and challenge the Sword Realm. Maybe they'll comprehend Tao and break through in the Sword Realm. The crowd was in an uproar. Many cultivators waited under the sword edge, and they weren't even in a hurry to enter the sword realm. Qin Fen was also confused, and he looked at Xian Hai with a blank expression. Xian Hai's aura suddenly surged, and he was still standing on the spot. A dazzling white figure rushed towards the formation door at the peak, rumble. A loud noise suddenly exploded, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Boulders tumbled down from the cloud-piercing sword peak and some of the weaker cultivators were knocked unconscious. Pooh! Xian Hai spat out a mouthful of blood, and the crowd jumped in shock. Senior Xian Hai, are you okay? Qin Fen hurriedly went up to support him. Xian Hai waved his hand and said, I'm fine. The rules of the sword domain haven't changed. Cultivators over 100 years old can't enter. Qin Fen came to a sudden realization. So Senior Xian Hai's injuries were caused by forcefully charging into the sword domain, and Xian Hai had been standing beside him all this time. Even Qin Fen did not notice when Xian Hai had charged up the sword peak. I got it. That old bastard Gerst isn't even 100 years old yet. Qilong exclaimed in shock. Isn't there a rumor that he reached cauldron-filling state at 100 years old? Qin Feng didn't understand. Qi Longxing thought for a moment and then said with an angry but determined expression, looks like I guessed correctly. Jest is definitely not over 100 years old. As for him stepping into the cauldron-filling state at 100 years old, that is just a rumor. Perhaps this rumor was spread by him to confuse others, and according to the time when Jest was born, he is exactly 99 years old this year. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Axayan Hai was stunned by Jest's treachery and cunning. In the face of such a dark and meticulous powerhouse, no one would want to be his enemy. Otherwise, they would have to be on guard against him all day long. Qin Feng already had a life and death feud with him. Even if he had misgivings, there was no way out. Also, when he found out that Jest was 99 years old this year, Qin Feng guessed that Jest hadn't originally planned to challenge the Sword Realm this year. He would probably wait until he was almost 100 years old to make a name for himself in the Sword Realm next year. Qin Feng's appearance had also caused Jest to change his plans at the last minute. A cauldron-filling state mighty figure entering the Sword Realm hadn't happened in the South Flat Continent for hundreds of years. This was because there were almost no cauldron-filling state mighty figures below 100 years old in the South Flat Continent. Those who could step into the cauldron-filling state were all old monsters that were 100 or 200 years old. The number 1 demon cultivation prodigy of Green Island, Jest, is actually less than 100 years old. He is probably the only mighty figure in the South Flat Continent who reached the cauldron-filling state before 100 years old, right? There are trillions of cultivators in the South Flat Continent, and there are many unknown disciples of reclusive immortal supremacies. There must be some mighty figures who reached the cauldron-filling state before 100 years old. It's just that people don't know about them. I really envy these genius cultivators. A cauldron-filling state at 100 years old. When they are 200 years old, won't they all reach the true form realm? Everyone had already forgotten about challenging the Sword Realm and was completely immersed in Jest's heaven-defying cultivation talent. Qin Fen also felt a little shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He had reached the Void Spirit Realm before 30 years old. He believed that with the help of the creation of heaven and earth art, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the Disaster Transformation Realm before 100 years old. Young hero Qin, it's up to you whether you want to challenge the Sword Realm or not, Xin Hai suddenly said. He knew about the feud between Qin Fen and Jest. Hi, Qin Fen, never go back on my words. Since I already promised Senior Xin Hai, I will do my best. After saying that, Qin Fen's gaze lingered on Li Shanshan for a few seconds. Then, he leaped towards the top of the sword peak. Senior Xin Hai, please help me take care of Shanshan for now. When Li Shanshan came back to her senses, Qin Fen had already turned into a shadow and disappeared into the distance. The teleportation array to the Sword Realm took much longer than he had imagined. It was as though he had just entered the array door and he had already found the feeling of landing. Qin Fen landed in a spacious valley. When he landed, he didn't even have time to check his surroundings. He immediately took out a level 6 Earth Escape talisman and disappeared. The moment his figure disappeared, a loud sound exploded on the ground where he had been standing. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. Jest appeared at the edge of the huge hole like a ghost. When he saw that the hole was empty, his face was filled with frost. Humph! You really dared to enter the Sword Realm. I think you must be tired of living. After saying that, Jest's figure disappeared. He had already used his divine sense to scan the valley. The space wasn't big, only a few thousand miles wide. With his cauldron-filling realm cultivation, it wouldn't take him long to cross the entire valley. He didn't believe that Qin Fen would have many Earth Escape talismans on him. The moment the level 6 Earth Escape Talisman was activated, Qin Fen was teleported thousands of miles away. Although he had escaped safely, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. The moment he left, he had already felt an intense aura of true essence. That true essence was incomparably ferocious. He could tell that Jest's first move was a killing move. If he had been half a second late, Qin Fen knew that he would have died in the Sword Realm. However, the temporary safety didn't make Qin Fen relax his vigilance. He frowned and had already used his divine sense to scan the entire Sword Realm Valley. This valley wasn't big. At least for Jest, who was at the cauldron-filling realm, he would be able to catch up to him in the time it takes for a few incense sticks to burn. Qin Fen had already used up all the level 6 Earth Escape Talismans on him. Although he still had a dozen level 4 and level 5 Earth Escape Talismans, they were caught by a cauldron-filling realm cultivator before they could be activated. For a moment, Qin Fen was worried. If he waited for Jest to find him, he would probably have to hide in the Star World. Master, quickly find the entrance to the second layer of the Sword Realm. Little Pig's voice sounded in his mind. Qin Fen quickly calmed down. He also realized that if he wanted to escape from Jest's pursuit, he had to continuously search for the entrance to the higher layer of the Sword Realm. Moreover, Qin Fen's goal in challenging the Sword Realm was to help Xian Hai win. If he could enter the fifth layer of the Sword Realm, Jest would have to spend some effort to catch up. After making up his mind, Qin Fen immediately took action. As a level 6 formation grandmaster, he was very sensitive to the aura of formations. Moreover, there would definitely be a formation at the entrance to every layer of the Sword Realm. This would be extremely convenient for him to search for the higher layer of the Sword Realm. However, in the next second, Qin Fen became depressed. He realized that there seemed to be no formation in this Sword Realm Valley because he could not even sense the slightest aura of a formation. And if he could not find the formation door to the higher layer of the Sword Realm, he believed that he would die in this valley not long after. Why is there no formation? Qin Fen was extremely puzzled. Since there was a teleportation formation at the top of the Sword Peak that sent everyone to this valley, there should also be a formation in the valley. In other words, if there was no formation in this valley, how could he enter the higher layer of the Sword Realm? And how could he challenge the Sword Realm? All sorts of questions arose in Qin Fen's mind, but he could not figure out a single one of them. However, at this moment, an ancient yellow cowhide scroll appeared in the void of the valley. The scroll opened itself in the air, and there were some profound and difficult to understand words on it. The words seemed to be floating on the scroll, and when Qin Fen read the words carefully, the words flew into his mind on their own. Buzz! A strange wave of energy spread out. The environment around Qin Fen changed greatly. The undulating valley terrain turned into a spacious martial arts field. He was the only one in the field, and he immediately felt that this martial arts field was very different. The field was filled with a unique magnetic aura, and the aura was extremely similar to a realm. What is this place? Just a second ago, Qin Fen was worried about finding the entrance to the higher layer of the Sword Realm, but now he was in a strange space. Master, this should be the challenge of the Sword Realm, right? Little Pig said. Qin Fen carefully felt the aura in the martial arts field again. The aura was extremely similar to a realm, but slightly different. When Qin Fen calmed down and thought, the Heart Sutra of Creation circulated on its own. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his black pupils shone brightly. I understand now. This is not a realm, but a false realm when a cultivator first comes into contact with the edge of a realm. Qin Fen shouted in his mind. The magnetic field that was created when he first used the confinement technique was very similar to the martial arts field space now. However, after understanding this martial arts field space, there were no changes in the space. A white light flashed in front of Qin Fen's eyes, and he immediately urged his divine sense to form the real realm. Buzz! When his realm was formed, the magnetic field in the martial arts field changed rapidly, and so did the surrounding environment. The spacious martial arts field turned into a deep pool. What is this place now? Why is the martial arts field from before gone? Qin Fen was almost dumbfounded by the sudden changes in the sword realm. He was just worrying about how to shake off Jess's pursuit, and in the end, all sorts of trouble came one after another. Chapter 2004. At the foot of the Sword Peak. Look, the sword domain is closed. Senior Jesuit hasn't been teleported out yet. Looks like he's really not even 100 years old. No wonder he's the #1 genius of Green Island. The sword domain map has appeared. Someone has actually entered the second layer of the sword domain. The entrance to the sword domain had been sealed, but there were still many cultivators gathered at the foot of the Sword Peak. They were here to observe the situation of this year's sword domain cultivators. When the sword realm was closed, a huge formation screen would appear above the peak of the sword mountain. The formation screen showed the situation in each layer of the sword realm. Every cultivator who challenged the sword domain would be shown as a red dot on the array screen. When the red dot disappeared, it meant that the challenger had failed and left the sword domain. It was also possible that the challenger had died in the sword domain. At this moment, the tens of thousands of cultivators gathered at the foot of the sword peak had their eyes on the second layer of the array screen. There was already a red dot there. Someone really stepped into the second layer of the sword domain. The sword domain has just closed. This person's speed is too fast. The cultivator who stepped into the second layer of the sword domain seems to be Qin Fen. I heard that he's being chased by the forces of Green Island's Nanming Temple. Didn't the first prince of Nanming Temple, Jesuit, also enter the sword domain? In this situation, Qin Fen still has the mood to challenge the sword domain. After the crowd recognized the identity of the cultivator who entered the second layer of the sword domain, discussions surged like a surging tide. Li Shanshan's worried heart finally relaxed a little. She knew that Qin Fen had just entered the sword domain and didn't meet with any danger. This meant that Qin Fen had temporarily escaped from Jesuit. Qi Longxin was shocked by Qin Fen's strength. He had known Qin Fen for less than a month, but he couldn't understand this good brother of his. Even Axayan Hai was shocked by Qin Fen's challenge speed. When he first challenged the sword domain, he spent 4 hours to comprehend the first layer and enter the second layer. Who would have thought that Qin Fen was even faster than him? Humph. The first layer of the sword domain didn't even form a realm. It's just a virtual realm. Some people can only count themselves lucky. Seeing that Qin Fen had become the center of attention, Hai Qiji snorted. Qi Longxing had long found this old demon cultivator an eyesore. If this was the 3 northern islands, he would definitely call some of his uncles over to teach Hai Qiji a lesson. Some old farts are getting jealous, saying that the grapes are sour because they can't eat them. There are at least 40 to 50,000 cultivators challenging the sword domain this time, so why did Brother Qin get lucky and enter the second level of the sword domain? If you have the ability, let me have a look at that disciple of yours. Hai Qiji was fuming with rage. If it wasn't for the fact that Qi Longxing was the 8th son of the Black Snake King, he would have squashed this ant to death on the spot. Humph. Isn't it just entering the second level of the sword domain? What's there to be proud of? Every year, who knows how many cultivators can step into the second level of the sword domain? What does that mean? Hai Qiji harumphed coldly. Of course it doesn't mean anything. Then what the hell are you blabbering on about, you old fart? Qi Longxing spoke without restraint. As the son of the Black Snake King, he still had this bit of arrogance and willfulness. Hai Chiji's body trembled violently, and he almost fainted from anger. He closed his eyes, too lazy to argue with Qi Longxing. But right at this moment, a scream suddenly sounded from the foot of the mountain. The third level of the sword domain. Young hero Qin has entered the third level of the sword domain. Fuck. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He really entered the third level of the sword domain. Could it be that there's something wrong with the sword domain? It's only been the time for 2 incense sticks to burn since the sword domain started. To be able to step into the third level of the sword domain in 2 incense sticks time, I'm afraid this achievement hasn't been seen in the past 100 years. Hai Chiji's face, which was already as cold as frost, was now completely frozen. Li Shanshan and Qi Longxing were dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. Xan Hai suddenly raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. It was as if he was shouting out all the emotions he had been suppressing in the past few years. Ha! I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Young hero Qin is even stronger than I thought. Qin Fan couldn't hear the heated discussion from the crowd outside. At this moment, he was in a vast and empty canyon. It was as if he had returned to the place where he had first entered the sword domain. However, the magnetic field around him was completely different. The aura was extremely familiar, and it reminded Qin Fan of his own realm. After going through the training field and the swamp, Qin Fan had some guesses. He suspected that he was already challenging the sword domain, and that he was currently in the third level of the sword domain. No wonder he couldn't find the entrance to the formation in the sword domain. It was because this place was completely different from the 13 palaces. There was no need to search for the entrance to the higher levels. Instead, one could step into the higher levels by challenging the formation. Fog floated in the vast canyon. The fog grew thicker and thicker, and visibility was already less than 5 meters. Qin Fan wandered aimlessly in the canyon alone. He wanted to find other cultivators and ask if this was the third level of the sword domain. However, there was no one else in the vast canyon. Moreover, it was difficult for his divine sense to extend beyond a kilometer. Just when Qin Fan was at a loss for what to do in the canyon, the fog that filled the sky suddenly revolved. It was as if heaven and earth were revolving along with it, causing people to feel dizzy. Buzz! A familiar magnetic field surged out from the fog. The rapidly revolving fog suddenly stopped, and a strange scene of a solidified vortex formed in the air. The fog vortex seemed to be frozen in the air. Even the sound of the wind stopped, and people couldn't help but look at it. Xiao! Just when Qin Fan was engrossed in watching, he heard the sound of wind behind him. The sound of the wind breaking was extremely ear-piercing. A flying sword streaked across like a meteor and flew past Qin Fan's arm. Xiao! 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 When the sword missed, more sharp swords flew out from all directions. Each flying sword brought with it a sharp sound of wind. Just the ear-piercing sound was enough to make people's hair stand on end. A layer of goosebumps appeared on Qin Fan's body. He could feel the aura of death quickly enveloping him. It was as if every corner of this canyon was filled with killing intent. This is the sword domain's major success. Qin Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. He had figured out the truth of the canyon. This wasn't the canyon that he had entered the sword domain from. It was a realm space. At this moment, the realm had already reached major success. Everything in the realm was frozen. If he hadn't comprehended the realm to major success, he would have been trapped in this space and had his heart pierced by thousands of swords. After figuring out the danger, Qin Fan felt a lingering fear. He realized that this sword domain was an extremely dangerous place. Challenging the sword domain could very well cost him his life. Fortunately, he had absorbed over 1,000 soul crystals not long ago, which allowed his divine sense to break through again and helped him comprehend major success. Otherwise, he would have died in the third level of the sword domain. Qin Fan immediately urged his thoughts. The magnetic field on his body underwent a huge change, causing the magnetic field around him to change as well. A small area of vacuum appeared in the original canyon. That area formed Qin Fan's realm. It was as if he was isolated from the world. After the realm was formed, Qin Fan instantly felt extremely relaxed. He even had a way to expand the realm and even completely engulf the canyon's realm. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he let the canyon's realm engulf his realm time and time again. Then, he formed a new realm. This repeated over and over again. After a day, Qin Fan discovered that his technique of displaying his domain had become even more exquisite. It was as if he could instantly form his domain within a radius of 100 meters with just a thought. He had finally comprehended the essence of the sword domain. This wasn't a place to challenge and become famous, but a place to comprehend and consolidate one's domain. Another day passed. Qin Fan knew that his realm had completely consolidated at major success. At this moment, a voice seemed to appear in his mind. That voice was asking him to make a choice. He could either leave the sword domain or enter a new area. Qin Fan could confirm his previous guess. There was no way to find an entrance to a higher level in the sword domain. Only by continuously challenging could he advance step by step. Faced with the choice before him, Qin Fan hesitated. Based on his analysis of the challenges over the past few days, he had his own understanding of the sword domain. The sword domain had a total of 9 levels. Every 3 levels was a huge divide. The first 3 levels were within the realm. When one reached the 4th level, there was a high chance that they would leave the field. Qin Fan had seen a real field before. Back at the Autumn Leaf Pavilion, Senior Xian Hai had displayed an incomparably ferocious field. Even though Qin Fan had tried his best to use his realm to break the move, he could only feel endless despair. Realm and field were 2 completely different concepts. Qin Fan knew that he was on the verge of comprehending the field. He really wanted to continue staying in this canyon to comprehend the existence of the field. However, he knew that there were only realms here. No matter how long he stayed here, he would only be able to continuously strengthen his realm. He would never be able to comprehend the true essence of the field. Since I'm already here, there's no way out. I want to see just how powerful the field is. After thinking for a while, Qin Fan used his will. The environment around him changed drastically. He had already stepped into the 4th level of the sword domain. The spacious canyon disappeared. He was now in a field of ice and snow. However, he didn't feel the cold that he should have felt. Qin Fan immediately realized that he had already stepped into the 4th level of the sword domain. Without thinking, he immediately stepped on his flying sword and sped through the spacious field of ice and snow. He didn't know if there was a field here. He wanted to take the initiative and gain the initiative. After flying for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he didn't see any other cultivators in the snowy field. Qin Fan guessed that his speed was too fast. It was very likely that the other cultivators hadn't even stepped into the 2nd level of the sword domain. He still suspected that even Jesite hadn't stepped into the 4th level of the sword domain. Otherwise, he would have charged over long ago. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Qin Fan suddenly heard a violent sound. The snowy ground beneath his feet trembled. Avalanches appeared on the snowy mountains around him. It was another rare sight. However, Qin Fan wasn't in the mood to admire this scenery. Instead, he raised his guard. This was because in the 3rd level of the sword domain, a canyon suddenly formed when the fog formed into a vortex. Whang! As expected, a unique magnetic field rose up from the snowy ground. Even though Qin Fan was prepared, when the magnetic field formed, his body, which was flying at high speed in the air, suddenly stopped. There were even a few traces of wind that were left behind by the solidification of the wind. Chapter 2005. Qin Fen was frozen in midair. The domain formed in the snow was so fast that he didn't even have the chance to prepare. However, the surrounding magnetic field had become unfamiliar. Qin Fen immediately realized that this was not a domain but a field. The sudden appearance of the snowy field made Qin Fen uneasy. However, at this moment, a vague sense of death came from behind him. He heard the familiar sharp hum of a sword. Even though Qin Fen couldn't turn around to look, he guessed that it was another flying sword attack. The sword Qi was ferocious and seemed to pierce through time and space. Qin Fen's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't move in this snowy field. If he was hit by the sword, he would be blown into pieces instantly. Break! At this moment of life and death, he couldn't care so much anymore. He immediately activated his sea of consciousness and concentrated all of his divine sense power in one spot. A loud sound seemed to come from his sea of consciousness. A ferocious divine sense attack surged out and instantly cut the space several meters around Qin Fen, forming a domain that belonged to him. Qin Fen dodged to the side immediately. The flying sword whizzed past, scratching his sleeve and leaving a deep bloody wound on his right arm. However, Qin Fen didn't have time to check his injury. He realized that the domain he had painstakingly formed was disappearing quickly. The magnetic field in the snowy field seemed to have a powerful devouring ability and was quickly filling up his domain. Sword hums sounded everywhere. When countless flying swords shot over, Qin Fen had no room to dodge. His white robe was torn into pieces and his body was covered in bloody wounds. There were even a few swords that almost pierced through his body and head. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. The domain kept forming and was devoured by the field and the snowy field. Qin Fen gradually felt the exhaustion in his sea of consciousness. In the past, he only needed to use the domain once to kill a strong opponent. Now, he was in an endless loop and was about to be killed by the flying swords. The cultivators gathered at the foot of the sword peak couldn't see the danger in the sword domain. When Qin Fen's light dots stepped into the fourth sword domain, the crowd was completely excited. It's the fourth sword domain. Young hero Qin only used 3 days to enter the fourth sword domain. This is a peerless genius that hasn't appeared in 100 years. I suspect that young hero Qin isn't at Nihility God Realm level 3. He must have hidden his cultivation and eaten some beautifying elixir. So what if you're right? Since Senior Qin Fen is able to enter the sword domain, then he must be a cultivator within 100 years of age. Even Grey Island's #1 genius demon cultivator, Jezite, has only stepped into the 3rd layer of the sword domain. It can be seen that Senior Qin Fen's innate talent is higher than Jezite's. Everyone was shocked by Qin Feng's speed. Even the arrogant and conceited Hai Qiji was silent at this moment. Brother Xan Hai, you have a good eye. Based on young swordsman Qin's speed of challenging so easily, it's only a matter of time before he enters the 5th level of sword domain. I'm afraid it's been over 100 years since an expert has stepped into the 5th level of sword domain in the South Flat Continent. Young swordsman Qin will become famous overnight. Protector Li Tian of the 80-kilometer city ran over to congratulate Qin Fen. However, Xian Hai didn't show any signs of excitement. He knew Qin Fen's situation very well. Qin Fen had already reached the large success stage, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to challenge the first 3 layers of the sword domain. However, it would be difficult for him to enter the 4th layer of the sword domain, because the 4th layer of the sword domain was the embryonic form of the arena. Although it wasn't a true field, its nature was already completely different from a realm. Back then, at the Autumn Leaf Pavilion, Xinhai had purposely displayed a field in front of Qinfen. His goal was to let Qinfen prepare. As for whether Qinfen could successfully challenge the fourth layer of the sword domain, that would depend on his own luck. It's hard to say until the end. I hope young hero Qin can break through his limits. Xinhai no longer cared about the quota for this competition. He just hoped that Qinfen wouldn't be too burdened. After all, the sword domain was extremely dangerous, and if he forced himself to challenge it, there was a high chance that he would die. Young hero Qin, the heavens will help the worthy. Brother Xinhai doesn't have to worry. Li Tian consoled. I hope so. Xinhai nodded. At this moment, Qinfen had been trapped in the fourth level of the sword domain for over an hour. During this time, he continuously gathered his divine sense and displayed his realm, fighting against the field in the snow. This process consumed a lot of divine sense, but Qinfen discovered that the realm he displayed now could last for a longer time. This change was very strange. It was as if the realm he displayed had become more powerful, and could last longer under the devouring of the field. Master, you've comprehended the edge of the field. Little Pig's surprised voice sounded. Qinfen immediately perked up. He looked at the realm he displayed again, and found that there was indeed a subtle change. In the past, the realm he displayed would change the magnetic field of an area. Now, the realm within a 10-meter radius around him had formed more than a dozen smaller realms. These realms complemented each other, but the magnetic field between them was slightly different. Because there were more realms, the speed at which the field and the snow devoured the realms slowed down. I see. Qinfen revealed an expression of sudden realization. He mumbled to himself, the field is actually the sublimation of the realm. It's turning the few realms into many, forming a repetitive and complex realm. Qinfen didn't know if his guess was correct. He immediately gathered his divine sense according to his new train of thought. When his divine sense spread out, it formed more than a dozen different realms around him. These realms were connected to each other, and new changes occurred. From one to many, and from many to new realms, these realms were complex and ever-changing. In other words, they were no longer realms, but an even more powerful field. Qinfen quickly realized that his guess was correct. When the new realm was formed, the area around him became independent, and the field and the snow could no longer devour it. Even the flying swords that entered the area Qinfen displayed immediately froze in the air. Your damned snow field almost killed me. Now it's time for me to devour you. Qinfen was extremely excited. He immediately used his divine sense to expand his realm. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, his realm had expanded to a radius of several thousand meters. Everything in this realm was still, and the magnetic field in the realm was constantly changing, making it difficult to grasp. So this is the field. It's really powerful. Qinfen was sure that he had comprehended the edge of the field. If he used the field a few more times, he would soon reach the small success stage. At this moment, the old voice sounded again. It was asking Qinfen to choose whether to stay in the snow field or enter the fifth level of the sword domain. Qinfen wasn't in a hurry to enter the fifth level of the sword domain. He knew that he had only just touched the edge of the field. According to the previous pattern, the fifth level of the sword domain was the place to reach the small success stage. Moreover, it was rumored that those who could step into the fifth level of the sword domain were almighty with exceptional talent. Qinfen realized that the fifth level of the sword domain wasn't simple. He planned to consolidate the field that he had just comprehended in the snow field before challenging the fifth level of the sword domain. Chapter 2006. Another 2 days passed, and Qinfen had completely grasped the existence of the field. 2 days ago, when he had just stepped into this world of ice and snow, he was instantly frozen in the sky by the field, and he was almost killed by the flying sword. Now, Qin Fen could move freely in the snowy field, and he could control the range of the snowy field as he pleased. Qin Fen realized that it was a waste of time for him to continue staying in the 4th level of the sword domain. This place could only allow him to comprehend the existence of the field, but if he wanted to achieve small success in the field, he had to challenge the 5th level of the sword domain. Just as he was about to enter the 5th level of the sword domain, he heard an angry roar coming from behind him, and with the surname Qin, "This old man has finally found you. You have exceeded this old man's expectations, to actually step into the 4th level of the sword domain so quickly." Qin Fen's expression changed greatly. It was actually Gerst who had caught up to him. He immediately wanted to enter the 5th level of the sword domain, but before he could activate his thoughts, he realized that Gerst had suddenly stopped in midair. His body was still in a charging posture, and his black robe was still floating behind him, maintaining the state of fluttering. Behind him, there were also traces of the airflow solidifying, exactly the same as when Qin Fen had first stepped into the 4th level of the sword domain. What's going on? The 4th level of the sword domain is actually the field. Gerst could still speak. Qin Fen's thoughts of leaving suddenly disappeared, and without thinking, he slashed his sword at Gerst. The sword light was like a rainbow, piercing through the icy air. Gerst's expression changed greatly, and he roared to the sky, "You human ant, how dare you, rumble!" Before he could finish his words, a loud sound exploded on his body, and his black robe was instantly torn apart, revealing a layer of silver-white armor underneath. That armor was a low-grade true weapon, and it was not damaged by the surging sword chi. Qin Fen instantly frowned. He did not know whether it was right or wrong to attack Gerst when he had just entered the 4th level of the sword domain. Bang, bang, bang. Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, and Qin Fen once again launched several fierce attacks. He and Gerst had already become mortal enemies, and if he did not seize this opportunity to kill him, he would always be a huge hidden danger in the future. However, his opponent's cultivation base was too high. It was not something that Qin Fen could withstand with his current cultivation base. Even though Jezite was trapped in the snow and could not move, Qin Fen's attacks were completely useless against him. It was as if a child's fist had landed on a boxer's body. Gerst had already calmed down. When he realized that even if he stood there and let Qin Feng hit him, Qin Feng wouldn't be able to do anything to him, Gerst laughed arrogantly. "Ah. As expected of an ant-like human, you don't even have the ability to kill this old man. Truly pitiful and laughable." Xiao. As he spoke, a sharp whistling sound rang out. Before Qin Feng could clearly see the trajectory of the flying sword, Gerst's right shoulder was instantly pierced through, and blood spurted out incessantly. Ayaya! This damned snowy field. If it wasn't for the existence of this field, would have killed you hundreds of times over. Gerst roared furiously. After that, he started to activate his divine sense to resist the binding of the field. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. When he had just entered the 4th layer of the sword domain, he had also been attacked by flying swords. However, the flying swords that attacked him were not as ferocious as the flying sword just now. That flying sword was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, carrying with it a destructive and ferocious true essence. It was completely comparable to the attack unleashed by an almighty cauldron-filling state expert. Xiao xiao xiao. While Qin Feng was in a daze, numerous whistling sounds of the wind could be heard. Sharp swords continuously shot out from the snowy field, all of them flying towards Gerst. Every long sword was like a rainbow, drawing out a resplendent radiance in the snowy field. This was the first time Qin Feng had seen such a ferocious sword force. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. I understand now. This sword domain has its own sword array, and the sword array changes according to the cultivation base of different cultivators. Qin Feng suddenly understood. He looked at Gerst, who was struggling within the sword array, and was overjoyed. Because Gerst had stepped into the cauldron-filling state, the sword array that attacked him also followed the attack of a cauldron-filling state expert. As Qin Feng sighed at the power of the sword domain, he immediately used his divine sense to form a field. Although he had no way to kill Gerst with his own cultivation base, he could use the field to disturb his opponent, and then use the sword array within the sword domain to kill Gerst. When he used his divine sense, a gray space formed around Qin Feng's body. That space originally only had a radius of 12 meters, but it rapidly expanded to the surroundings. "Ant-human, you dare to trick this old man. I will make you die a horrible death." Gerst was worthy of being the #1 genius among the demon cultivators of Green Island. Under such a dangerous situation, he actually broke the snow field. However, before Gerst could escape, Qin Feng's arena arrived. The dusky world enveloped him, and his voice was cut off midway through his shout. The gray fog resonated with the world of ice and snow, forming a spectacular scene. Gerst was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. The moment the gray field appeared, his body, which had just felt free, was instantly restrained again. This time, even speaking became difficult. The nature of the field and the domain were the same, but they were completely different. There were many small domains in the field, and the magnetic fields of these domains were ever-changing. Breaking them wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Gerst had only just comprehended the existence of the field. He could break the field in the snow because he could find the pattern of the changes in the field here. However, he couldn't break the field that Qin Feng had created in a short period of time because the field was man-made and could change at any time. As if sensing Gerst's situation, the flying swords in the snow surged out violently. The sword rays pierced through the clouds, like a meteor shower falling from the sky. Gerst's eyes revealed a rare expression of panic. He felt the aura of death that he hadn't felt for a long time. Wow! Senior Gerst has also stepped into the 4th layer of the sword domain. Senior Qin Feng has already stayed in the 4th layer of the sword domain for 4 days, but there hasn't been any movement. Ha! And with the surname Qin, let's see where you can escape to this time. Not only did the number of cultivators at the foot of the sword peak not decrease, but there were also more and more. Many cultivators knew that a god had appeared in the sword domain this year and had stepped into the 4th layer of the sword domain in a short 3 days, so they came from nearby to watch. The situation had changed drastically again. Gerst had entered the 4th layer of the sword domain. This made Hai Qiji and the others, who had been keeping a straight face, burst with joy. They were certain that Qin Feng would definitely die this time. It's over, it's over. Gerst has entered the 4th layer of the sword domain. Will something happen to Qin Feng? Li Shanshan's eyes were moist. Who knew how many times she had cried? Qi Longxin's originally excited mood was completely gone. He didn't even have the mood to bicker with Hai Qiji. He could only stare anxiously at the formation screen above the sword peak. Brother Axayan Hai, you don't look too good. Isn't it just a sword domain competition? Do you need to be so serious? You've been last place for the past few years anyway. One more time won't matter. Hai Qiji walked over with a smile. Qi Longxin glared at him. He opened his mouth and closed it again. His gaze fell back on the formation screen, and his knuckles cracked. Hai Qiji, don't look for trouble. No matter how good Axayan Hai's temper was, he was angry now. Why would I look for trouble? I'm just stating a fact. Brother Axayan Hai, there's no need to be so angry. Many cultivators die in the sword domain every year. It's normal for Qin Feng to die. Hai Qiji didn't back down. True essence surged from Xianhai's body. The atmosphere seemed to explode. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. It disappeared. The light dot disappeared. Sigh. Although I already guessed that young hero Qin would die, I didn't expect him to die so quickly. If Gerst didn't kill Qin Feng, perhaps Qin Feng's name would be known throughout the South Flat continent. Unfortunately, there can't be two tigers on one mountain. There can't be two peerless geniuses. Hearing the discussion of the crowd, Xianhai's aura dissipated. He shook his head and sighed with a disappointed expression. Li Shanshan was so frightened that she fell to the ground. She cried helplessly for Qin Feng's name. Qi Longxin's nails dug into his flesh, but he didn't realize it. He couldn't accept the news of brother Qin's death. He couldn't help but look at the formation screen. Brother Qin's red dot is still there. It's Gerst who died. Qi Longxin exclaimed. The crowd came to their senses and looked at the formation screen again. Previously, they had only noticed that a red dot had disappeared from the fourth layer of the formation screen. Instinctively, they thought that Qin Feng had died. Now that they looked carefully, they were sure that Gerst's red dot had disappeared. How is this possible? Isn't Gerst a cauldron-filling state mighty figure? How could he have died in Qin Feng's hands? He might have died in the process of challenging the sword domain. A cauldron-filling state mighty figure. Even such a powerful being could die in the sword domain. Looks like the path of cultivation is a long one. Unless one becomes a true god and flies into the immortal world, one can truly live forever. Otherwise, one is just an ant-like existence that can be destroyed at a whim. Gerst's death caused a huge uproar in the crowd. In the South Flat continent, those who could reach the cauldron-filling state were already considered top-notch cultivators. However, if such an unreachable mighty figure could be destroyed at a whim, how could the other cultivators survive? Hai Qiji's expression turned cold once again. He was like a chameleon. Qi Longxin and the rest heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, they revealed an extremely shocked expression. Others might not be sure how Gerst had died, but Xianhai and Qi Longxin were sure that he had been killed by Qin Feng. This was because Gerst had already reached the cauldron-filling state and had comprehended the boundary of the field. It was impossible for a mighty figure like him to die naturally in the fourth layer of the sword domain, unless it was man-made. Although they knew that it was Qin Feng who had killed Gerst, Xianhai and Qi Longxin found it hard to believe. They couldn't imagine the situation in the sword domain. What method did Qin Feng use to kill Gerst, who was at the cauldron-filling state? P.S. Last night, I changed the chapter into a repetitive release. Please forgive me for the inconvenience caused to some readers. This chapter has over 2,900 words. I'll only charge 2,000 words. The extra 900 words are free for everyone to read, this month's rush to the rankings. If readers still have monthly tickets, please vote for Old Do. Thank you very much. Chapter 2007. In the fourth layer of the sword domain, there were violent explosions. When Jest's primordial spirit exploded in the world of ice and snow, even Qin Feng felt that it was inconceivable. Even a cauldron-filling state expert had fallen in the sword domain. It could be seen how powerful this sword domain was. Qin Feng immediately became very interested in the sword formations in the sword domain. These sword formations existed along with the realm and the field. Every time a realm or field was formed in the sword domain, the sword formations would automatically attack. Those sword techniques were somewhat familiar, but Qin Feng couldn't recall where he had seen them before. Soon, he shook his head. The sword formations in the sword domain were profound and difficult to understand. They gave off an ancient aura. It was impossible for him to have seen them before. Jest's death made Qin Fan realize an important thing. Although his cultivation was only considered average among the tens of thousands of cultivators challenging the sword domain, his understanding of the realm and field was absolutely unique. With this advantage, Qin Fan was completely invincible in the sword domain. Even Jest, who was a cauldron-filling state, died in his hands. How could other cultivators do anything to him? After thinking through these key issues, Qin Fan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This time, there were many of his enemies among the cultivators participating in the Sword Domain Challenge. For example, the Body Condensation Intermediate Stage Disciple sent by Hai Qiji and the Body Condensation Late Stage Disciple sent by Yin Fei. Now, he didn't have to worry about those people at all. After the crisis was resolved, Qin Fan finally remembered the treasure map that Aku gave him. When he opened the extremely detailed map of Green Island, Qin Fan quickly found the location of the treasure. It was actually in the 5th layer of the sword domain. As for the treasure that Aku was looking for, Qin Fan was quite looking forward to it. Although Aku's dantian was damaged and she had no cultivation, she could casually take out a level 8 spiritual grass. The flying sword she used was even a supreme grade cultivation weapon. How could such a woman be simple? However, Qin Fan wasn't in a hurry to enter the 5th layer of the sword domain. In his opinion, the 5th layer of the sword domain was definitely a small success test. He had just comprehended the edge of the field. If he rashly went in, it was very likely that he would die. What Qin Fan was afraid of now was not the field, but the sharp flying swords hidden in the field. Those flying swords formed sword formations, which were much stronger than some of the high-level sword techniques he had now. Qin Fan decided to stay in the 4th layer of the sword domain. He devoured the snow field to consolidate his control over his field while refining some fragrant consciousness pills. 3 days later, Qin Fan was able to skillfully control the release and spread of the field. At the same time, he also refined 3 bottles of perfumed consciousness pills, in case his sea of knowledge was damaged or his divine sense was exhausted. It seemed that everything was ready, but he was still a little worried. He simply began to forge weapons, intending to completely stabilize his level of weapon forging at the level of a spiritual weapon master. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Fan could already easily forge low-grade spirit weapons. His success rate went from 30% to 70%. Among spirit weapon masters of the same level, this was already a very high success rate. Master, if you're not confident, then don't go to the 5th level of the sword domain. Little Pig knew Qin Fan's thoughts the best, so he suddenly spoke up to advise him. After killing Jezite, Qin Fan had spent 7 days in the 4th layer of the sword domain. Indeed, he hadn't made sufficient preparations, and he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Qin Fan, who had experienced too many life and death situations, had an extremely accurate 6th sense. He realized that the 5th layer of the sword domain was definitely more dangerous than the world of ice and snow here. In his current condition, he would most likely die if he went in. Qin Fan had no choice but to take out the ash ruler again. There were many seals carved on the ruler, and they could only be removed through weapon forging. Now that Qin Fan had become a spiritual weapon master, he began to attempt to refine the seals on the ash ruler. 7 days later. A loud noise suddenly came from the ash ruler, startling Qin Fan out of his weapon forging. He immediately noticed the change in the ash ruler. The originally jet-black surface was suffused with a layer of faint purple light, like the afterglow of the sunset in the distant sky. Qin Fan immediately grabbed the ash ruler in his hand. The originally incomparably heavy ash ruler actually became much lighter. He swung the ash ruler down, and a resplendent purple light appeared in the snowy ground. Rumble. A loud noise exploded, and a deep pit appeared in the snowy ground in front of Qin Fan. He didn't use much strength in that attack, but the power it produced was beyond his expectations. What kind of weapon is this? It actually has such ferocious power. Qin Fen was shocked by the ruler's power. He had only resolved the seal on the ruler's surface layer, but he could already easily wield the ferocious saber force. If the seal on the ruler was removed, who knew how heaven-defying this ruler's power would be? Just as he was fantasizing, two black figures descended from the sky. Qin Fen finally knew how he entered the fourth level of the sword domain. It turned out that he had fallen from the sky. What is this place? Brother Hi Feng, be careful. This is most likely the fourth level of the sword domain. According to our previous challenges, the fourth level of the sword domain should be the embryonic form of this field. The two people who came in took a defensive stance as soon as they landed. Qin Fen immediately recognized them. They were the eldest disciple sent by Hai Qi Ji, Hi Feng, and the ghost disciple sent by Yin Fei. One of them had stepped into the middle stage of the body condensation stage, and the other was in the late stage of the body condensation stage. Among the cultivators under 100 years old, they were already at the peak. However, Qin Fen didn't care about them at all. He took the initiative to step on his flying sword and rush over. Be careful, someone is coming. The ghost disciple shouted. Hai Feng immediately looked towards the sky and his expression changed. It's you, kid. How can you be in the fourth level of the sword domain? And you came in before us. The participating cultivators didn't know about the others, so Hai Feng and the ghost disciple didn't know that Qin Fen had already entered the fourth level of the sword domain and had stayed here for half a month. The two of them had teamed up to challenge the sword domain. Initially, they thought that they were the ones with the fastest challenge rate in the sword domain. At most, only Jelst could surpass them. However, they never expected that a Nihility God stage level 3 human cultivator would already be in the fourth level of the sword domain. Is this the human cultivator sent by Axian Hai? The ghost disciple asked curiously. Hai Feng said uncertainly, it should be him. But why is this guy in front of us? The two of them couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they thought about it. In their opinion, Qin Fen entering the third level of the sword domain was already a miracle. However, the truth was right in front of them. You don't have to doubt me anymore. I've already stayed in the fourth level for half a month, but you too, why did you only come in now? You're a bit slow to die. Qin Fen's indifferent attitude made the two of them roll their eyes in anger. Hai Feng made a grabbing motion in the air and a large saber appeared in his hand. He glared at Qin Fen with a cold expression and shouted, I don't care how you entered the fourth layer of the sword domain. Your challenge ends here. With that, Hai Feng slashed down with his blade. Before entering the sword domain, Hai Qiji had told him that if he saw Qin Fen, he was to kill him immediately. He didn't hold back at all. Instantly, a ferocious true energy whirlpool shot out. The snowflakes in the air were all sucked in, forming a blizzard whirlpool. It was as if a snow dragon was roaring. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile. Chapter 2008. With one slash, Hai Feng's body condensation state level 6 power was fully displayed. He was also a beast cultivator, so his primeval essence was stronger than human cultivators of the same level. A loud explosion shook the sky. A fierce blizzard rushed towards Qin Feng. Hai Feng had a smug smile on his face, as if he could already see Qin Feng's death. But in the next moment, Hai Feng's smile froze, even the shock in his eyes seemed to freeze. His blizzard dragon seemed to be frozen in a world of ice and snow. Even the ferocious primeval essence aura stopped in the air. The rolling waves of air formed a strange scene that made people gasp in amazement. What is going on? Hai Feng didn't even have time to finish his sentence. He didn't even have the ability to speak. The ghost cultivator screamed, "Not good. He's comprehended the edge of the field." Hai Feng's eyes were filled with shock. Although he was trapped by Qin Feng's field and couldn't move or speak, his consciousness was still there. He couldn't accept the reality in front of him. Qin Feng was just a hollow spirit state level 3 human ant. How could he comprehend the existence of the field? A cultivator of this level shouldn't even be able to touch the edge of the field. Brother Hai Feng, we don't need to be afraid of him. So what if he touched the edge of the field? With his cultivation, he can't kill us. As long as we comprehend the field quickly, we can kill him. The ghost cultivator was in a much better condition than Hai Feng. Although he couldn't move, he could still speak. But just as he finished speaking, numerous sword auras pierced through the clouds. A loud explosion sounded not far away from him. When he looked at Hai Feng again, he had already been blown to pieces, even his primordial spirit had been destroyed. A chill rose from the ghost cultivator's back. His expression changed greatly, he didn't even have time to look back as he watched himself explode. 2 body condensation state cultivators died like ants. Even Qin Feng was shocked by this scene. He once again sighed at how powerful the sword array in the sword domain was. At this moment, he realized that the sword domain wasn't formed naturally, but was set up by an ancient powerful being to comprehend the field. The sword array was obviously set up by that powerful being. From this, it could be seen how powerful that powerful being was. When Hai Feng died, the cultivators gathered at the foot of the sword peak exploded again. Look! 2 more cultivators have entered the 4th level of the sword domain. I know those 2 seniors. One is Hai Feng, the eldest disciple of Hai Qi Ji, the great protector of Yao Qi Ji of 80 Mile City, and the other is Enchanting, the disciple of great protector of ghost cultivator En Fei of 80 Mile City. These 2 seniors are both mighty figures of the body condensation state, so it's normal for them to enter the 4th layer of the sword domain. Why did the red dots representing the 2 seniors disappear? Holy shit! They really disappeared. Could it be that the 2 seniors have already fallen? Hai Qiji and En Fei's faces were as cold as ice. When their 2 disciples entered the 4th layer of the sword realm, they were all smiles, and they were planning to show off to Axian Hai. But before they could say anything, they realized that the red dot representing their disciples had disappeared. What else could it be other than death? What's going on? Why did the red dots on Hai Feng and Enchanting suddenly disappear? They just entered the 4th layer of the sword domain. Hai Qiji was about to go crazy, and his roar echoed throughout the foot of the sword peak. En Fei's body surged with coldness, and the cold howling wind made people's hearts palpitate. With Enchanting and Hai Feng's cultivation, they wouldn't have died instantly in the 4th layer of the sword domain. They must have been killed by that Qin ant. If I don't take revenge, I, En Fei, am not a human. He was clearly a ghost cultivator, but he said something like, not a human. These words sounded funny, but no cultivator could laugh. Everyone was shocked by En Fei's speculation. Other than Hai Feng and Enchanting, only Qin Feng was in the 4th layer of the sword domain. It seemed that En Fei's speculation was completely correct. But it was this reality that everyone found hard to accept. Half a month ago, Qin Feng killed Jest, who was cauldron-filling state, in the 4th layer of the sword domain. After that, he stayed in the 4th layer for half a month. When everyone thought that Qin Feng didn't dare to challenge the 5th layer of the sword domain and was preparing to leave, Hai Feng and Enchanting died. At this moment, a bold speculation appeared in the hearts of the crowd. It wasn't that Qin Feng didn't dare to challenge the 5th sword domain, but he purposely waited in the 4th sword domain to kill some enemies. Young hero Qin is too terrifying. He completely killed body condensation state and cauldron filling state experts like ants. Isn't that human cultivator only at Nihility God Realm level 3? How did he do it? I already said that Senior Qin hit his cultivation and ate a beauty pill. Even if he isn't over 100 years old, he is at least over 90. After this sword domain is over, Senior Qin's name will resound throughout the South Flat Continent. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Hai Qiji and Yin Fei gritted their teeth in anger. However, they couldn't explode. There were a few cauldron-filling state experts in the crowd, and they weren't the strongest among them. Moreover, Yin Cheng and Hai Feng were killed by Qin Fen due to their inferior skills. This happened almost every moment in the South Flat Continent, so Hai Qiji and Yin Fei couldn't find a reason to explode. What the heck? Who is this brother Qin that I know? He's too valiant. Qi Longxing only recovered from the shock after a long time and danced excitedly. Li Shanshan's worried heart completely relaxed. Even cauldron-filling state and body condensation state experts were killed by Qin Fen. She believed that Qin Fen would be fine. Just as the crowd was discussing the death of Hai Feng and Yin Fei, another big event happened. Look! Senior Qin entered the 5th sword domain. He indeed purposely waited in the 4th sword domain to kill Hai Feng and Yin Qing. This senior is too monstrous. No wonder Grey Island's #1 demon cultivator, Jezite, died in his hands. Compared to Senior Qin, Jezite is nothing. Once a person perished, it meant that his honor and dignity would vanish into thin air. Back then, when Jezite rushed to the sword domain's array door, he had shocked and awed all the cultivators at the foot of the mountain. But now that he died in the 4th sword domain, everyone dared to call him a dog. The cultivators outside the sword domain couldn't see what was happening inside, so they didn't know that Jezite and the others were actually killed by the sword array. Similarly, Qin Fen couldn't see what was happening outside, so he didn't know that he had caused such a huge commotion. After killing Hai Feng and Yin Fei, Qin Fen immediately entered the 5th sword domain. In fact, he had long been prepared to challenge the 5th sword domain, but his heart was still somewhat uneasy. But the uneasy feeling was still there, and Qin Fen couldn't wait any longer. He knew that he had to take this risk, otherwise, even if he stayed in the 4th sword domain for his entire life, he wouldn't be able to break through. Just as he entered the 5th sword domain, Qin Fen immediately felt a powerful and unfamiliar magnetic field. He didn't even have time to release his divine sense before his body was imprisoned in the void. The 5th sword domain was a dusky scene, just like when he first obtained the astral world. It was like the chaotic state of the universe at the beginning. Under this dusky sky, countless fields were formed, and the energy of these fields was enormous. It was no longer something that the world of ice and snow in the 4th sword domain could compare to. Swish! Just as his body was trapped, the sound of swords rang out from the dusky sky. Qin Fen's expression changed drastically, and he immediately realized that this was the most terrifying sword formation in the sword domain. He immediately activated his Jin Yuan to protect his body, but before the Jin Yuan shield enveloped his body, a loud sound exploded behind him, and he was sent flying dozens of meters into the open ground. Puff! Qin Fen landed on the ground and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. He immediately took out the perfumed consciousness pill and swallowed the whole bottle. Spiritual qi immediately surged up to his head, and his scattered divine sense quickly condensed, forming a field around him in an instant. Almost at the same time, several flying swords shot over, hitting the edge of the field, and the sound of sharp blades cutting through metal could be heard. Qin Fen immediately revealed a shocked expression. Those flying swords had actually cut through the field he had formed, and they were slowly approaching him. What is this place? It's even more terrifying than hell. Qin Fen was terrified. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked by how terrifying the fifth sword domain was. There was no sign of life here, and the gray sky was filled with fields. It was difficult for Qin Fen to form his own field, let alone defend against the attack of the sword formation. While he was stunned, the flying swords in front of him were already less than 10 meters away, and it seemed like they would pierce through the field in a few breaths. Qin Fen no longer dared to relax. He immediately took out 5 flying swords and shot them out. These 5 flying swords were the spoils of war that he had obtained from killing other cultivators. Among them, the lowest grade was a pink flying sword. There was even a low-grade true artifact flying sword. However, the 5 flying swords shot into the space that had been pierced by the sword array and were instantly swallowed up and disappeared. Not even a trace of the swords could be seen. Even the powerful Jinqi aura brought by the flying swords disappeared. "Oh no, Master, that's a collapsed space," Little Pig exclaimed. Qin Fen immediately realized that the situation wasn't good. "What's a collapsed space?" Little Pig said quickly, "It's a space that has been extremely distorted. You can't survive in that kind of space. Once you enter, you'll be devoured until nothing is left. Even disaster transformation state cultivators will die instantly if they fall into a collapsed space." Qin Fen gasped. He was only at hollow spirit state level 3, so if he fell into a collapsed space, he would definitely die. At this time, he was powerless and could only watch as the sword formation cut through his field, forming more and more collapsed space. He tried to use his divine sense to expand his field, but he couldn't do it at all. It was even difficult to repair the space that was cut by the sword formation. "Master, if you don't hide in the astral space, you're going to die," Little Pig shouted anxiously. Qin Fen knew his current critical situation better than anyone else. However, if he really entered the astral world, he would probably be completely trapped inside. Unless he cultivated to the true form realm or even the true god realm before coming out, he would only die. Chapter 2009. However, breaking through to the true form realm was easier said than done. Even with the resources in the astral space, breaking through to the true form realm was another matter. Plus, Li Shanshan was still waiting at the foot of the sword peak. Qin Fen knew that if he didn't go out, that girl would keep waiting there. While he was hesitating, the sword array closed in again. There was less than 5 meters of space left in Qin Fen's field. The pitch-black collapsed space was right in front of him. It was filled with an intense aura of death. Fortunately, the collapsed space did not have the ability to suck people in. Otherwise, Qin Fen would have been sucked in long ago. At the juncture of life and death, Qin Fen could no longer care so much. He released all the moves he could use. Suddenly, the gray space rumbled and the sky was dyed dark blue by the spirit sunflower flame. All the attacks were drowned in the collapsed space like stones sinking to the bottom of the sea. Not even a shadow could be seen. The sword chi and saber gleam disappeared instantly. The spirit sunflower and the purple flame were extinguished in the darkness. The lightning sea bombardment of the 100-mile light sniper was completely ineffective. Even the spiritual sense attack did not respond. Seeing that he had used up all his trump cards, Qin Fen felt hopeless. In this collapsed space, he had no way to deal with it. When the field was less than 1 meter wide, Qin Fen only had the ruler left. He had forgotten about the ruler, but since he had found it in his storage ring, he casually swung his saber. A purple glow resembling the afterglow of the sunset. The saber gleam also disappeared into the darkness of the collapsed space. In the next second, Qin Fen realized something was wrong. The expanding collapsed space suddenly stopped and did not continue spreading toward him. Qin Fen was in disbelief. He subconsciously swung his saber a second time. This time, he used all the quintessential essence in his body. The purple saber gleam instantly spread around and the collapsed space was filled up a little more. What kind of weapon is this? It has the ability to fill up collapsed space. Qin Fen stared at the ruler in his hand in disbelief. Little Pig, who had not expected this, immediately said, "Master, the magnetic field of the ruler is different from ordinary weapons. It seems that its magnetic field changed the field of the collapsed space, causing the collapsed space to disappear." Qin Fen didn't know if Little Pig's explanation was correct or not, but he didn't have time to think about it. When he realized that the ruler could split open space, Qin Fen immediately swung his blade a few times. The resplendent purple light filled the sky, forming a beautiful scene of sunset. It really works. This is too miraculous. Qin Fen was extremely shocked as he watched the collapsed space around him disappear. He quickly woke up and immediately urged his divine sense to expand the area. He didn't know if it was because of the ruler, but the area that couldn't be expanded before was now slowly expanding. After an hour, Qin Fen's field had expanded to a radius of 100 meters. This allowed him to heave a sigh of relief. Even though there were still sword formations flying towards him from the gray sky, he could already use the ruler to cut the collapsed space formed by the sword formations. Saving his life was not a problem. Qin Fen began to rejoice that he had refined a few bottles of fragrant scents pills in the 4th level of the sword domain. If it wasn't for the help of those fragrant scents pills, his divine sense would have dried up long ago. Even if he used the ruler to cut open the collapsed space, he would definitely be trapped in the gray field and wait for death. Now, Qin Fen was repeating the same thing. He constantly urged his divine sense to stabilize his field. If he didn't do this, his field would be swallowed by the gray field in the 5th level of the sword domain even if there were no sword formations attacking. This process was complicated and consumed a lot of divine sense, but the benefits were obvious. Qin Fen gradually realized that his ability to release and control the field had improved a lot. This was probably the rhythm of a small success, and these changes were improved by constantly fighting against the gray field. 3 days later, Qin Fen had completely adapted to the environment of the 5th sword domain. Now, the speed at which he expanded his field was faster than the speed at which the gray field swallowed it. His field had already expanded to a radius of several thousand meters, and the sword formation's attacks could no longer threaten him. When those flying swords entered his field, they would be trapped in the void, unable to move forward. During these 3 days of training, Qin Fen suddenly had a new understanding. He realized that the field and in the sword domain were born together with the sword formations. These sword formations were completely integrated into the field, and could be considered a part of the field. When this idea emerged, Qin Fen immediately thought of integrating the ruler's blade qi into his field. Because the ruler was extremely powerful, it could even cut open the collapsed space. If it was integrated into the field, its power would be endless. After having this idea, Qin Fen began to try to integrate it. He was now a level 6 formation grandmaster, so setting up a sword formation was a piece of cake. However, although it was easy to form a sword formation, it was very difficult to integrate it into the field. Qin Fen tried dozens of methods, but they all ended in failure. "Master, it's not that your method is wrong. It's that you can't do it with your current ability," Little Pig said. Puzzled, Qin Fen asked, "Why can't I do it with my ability?" "Master, according to your situation in the Sword Domain Challenge, the Sword Domain is divided into 3 levels. The first 3 levels are for understanding and strengthening the field, the middle 3 levels are for understanding and strengthening the field, and the last 3 levels should be for the existence of the domain, and the sword domain is called the sword domain because it combines the sword formation and the domain into one. Master, I'm afraid that only those who have comprehended the domain can have the ability to integrate the sword formation or the blade formation." Little Pig's explanation made Qin Fen suddenly understand. He suddenly stopped his movements. Just as Little Pig said, it wasn't that his method was wrong. It was that before comprehending the domain, it was impossible to integrate the sword formation or the blade formation into the field and field. Qin Fan instantly became very interested in the domain. He wanted nothing more than to immediately comprehend the existence of the domain. However, he knew this was impossible. With his current level of cultivation, it was already unimaginable that he could comprehend the small success of the field. Just as he understood the true meaning of the sword domain, that old and familiar voice rang in his ears, asking him if he wanted to continue to the 6th level of the sword domain, or if he wanted to withdraw from the challenge. Qin Fan already didn't plan to go to the 6th level of the sword domain. Right now, it was a little difficult for him to stay in the 5th level of the sword domain. The field couldn't exist forever. It was constantly being swallowed by the 5th level of the sword domain. He knew that if he entered the 6th level of the sword domain now, he would definitely fall into a predicament of death again. A few days ago, he had coincidentally used the ruler to resolve the crisis. Who knew if he would be so lucky the next time he encountered danger? There was another reason that made Qin Fan give up on the idea of challenging the 6th level of the sword domain. He came to the sword domain for 2 main reasons. One was to help Xianhai participate in the competition. Now that he had entered the 5th level of the sword domain, he could definitely take first place in the 80-mile city. As for the other reason, he wanted to find Aku's treasure. That treasure was in the 5th level of the sword domain, so there was no need for Qin Fan to go to the 6th level of the sword domain. P.S. You're about to fall out of the top 10 of the monthly ticket rankings. Now is the time for double monthly tickets. 1 monthly ticket counts as 2. Supreme readers, come and support me. Chapter 2010. Qin Fan calculated the time. It had been almost a month since he entered the sword realm. He had to hurry and find Aku's treasure. Otherwise, after a month, the sword realm would close and teleport him out. The 5th level of the sword realm was huge. It was a completely gray world. This world reminded Qin Fan of his astral world. Back then, the astral world was also gray and lifeless. But now, he had changed it into green mountains and clear waters, a holy land of spiritual energy. After flying for a day and a night, Qin Fan finally found the location marked on the treasure map. It was a towering mountain peak that looked exactly like the Sword Mountain. This is the real Sword Mountain. When he saw the towering mountain range in front of him, Qin Fan felt incomparably small. This feeling was very strange. It was as if the Sword Mountain was a god that made people feel fear. The treasure was at the top of the Sword Mountain. When Qin Fan rushed to the waist of the mountain on his flying sword, he immediately felt a strong pressure. The closer he got to the top, the stronger the pressure became. This was a battle without smoke or physical objects. But it made Qin Fan feel hopeless and powerless. He couldn't even see the shadow of his enemy. He didn't even have a way to resist. When he reached a certain distance from the middle of the mountain, the strong pressure had already started to tear apart Qin Fan's spirit armor, and even the true Yuan shield around his body was instantly broken. His body was violently smashed, and every time he collided, it was as though he was struck by the powerful true Yuan of a body condensation stage expert. Pfft! Qin Fan couldn't resist the strong pressure anymore. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. As he spat out blood, the true Yuan hanging in his body disappeared. He finally flew to the waist of the mountain and landed at the foot of the mountain. The pressure on his body was gone. It was as if it never existed. Qin Fan sat at the foot of the mountain and looked up at the towering peak. His heart was filled with despair. Master, there should be a defensive formation at the top of the mountain. Little Pig reminded. Qin Fan had already realized this problem. He also knew that the defensive formation at the top of the Sword Mountain was very high level. It was at least a rank 6 Grandmaster formation. Even if the formation had existed for a long time, the eye of the formation was still unbreakable. With Qin Fan's current cultivation and formation skills, there was no way for him to break through the peak's defensive formation, and it was even more impossible for him to force his way up the mountain. For a moment, he was in a deadlock. After resting at the foot of the mountain for a while, Qin Feng once again thought of a countermeasure. He found that because he was charging towards the top of the mountain, the area around him had shrunk a lot. Now, he could barely cover the area around the sword peak. Under the gray sky, the sword formations kept attacking, causing the space he had created to collapse. Now, these collapsed spaces were no longer a threat to Qin Fan. However, when Qin Fan saw the collapsed space enveloping the top of the sword peak, his eyes instantly lit up. Qin Feng already had a countermeasure. He immediately expanded the area and surrounded the top of the sword peak. The sword formation here seemed to have its own intelligence. It launched a fierce attack on the strong field domain. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, a rain of swords formed in the air above the sword peak and fell fiercely on the sword peak. Rumble. That part of the sky immediately formed a large-scale spatial collapse. Wherever it went, it was like a hurricane vortex, bringing with it the energy to devour everything as it rapidly fell. When the spatial collapse covered the entire top of the sword peak, even the sword peak was quickly devoured. Such a spectacular and ferocious scene shocked Qin Fan. However, he quickly recovered and immediately took out the ruler and rushed to the top of the mountain. He waved the ruler, bringing with it a gorgeous purple light, like the afterglow of the sunset, which was pleasing to the eye. However, there was a mysterious and terrifying power hidden in this bright saber light. Even the collapsed space immediately disappeared under the impact of the purple light. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Qin Fan rushed to the top of the sword peak. This time, when he went up the mountain, there was no strong oppressive aura. As for the spatial collapse at the top of the mountain, it had been cut by the ruler, and the aura of the formation at the top of the mountain had disappeared. Qin Fan guessed that it had been swallowed by the spatial collapse. The top of the sword peak was no longer the top of the mountain. The real top had been swallowed by the spatial collapse. However, Qin Fan was immediately surprised. He had found Aku's treasure. The treasure was under his feet. It was only half a meter away from being swallowed by the spatial collapse. Qin Fan felt very lucky. All this effort was worth it. If he had lost the treasure that Aku was looking for, he wouldn't have known how to explain it to Aku. He looked around and confirmed that there were no other dangers at the top of the mountain. Then, he jumped and slashed down. The purple light was dazzling. Instantly, a crack appeared at the top of the mountain. From the crack, a golden light shot out, and a secret book floated in the air. 9-Pulse Magic Sword, 10,000 Swords Become One, Sword Formation Domain, Outer Space Flying Sky. This was a sword skill secret book. There were 4 chapters in total, from 9-Pulse Magic Sword to Outer Space Flying Sky. When he saw the sword skill, Qin Fan was shocked. Of course, he knew about 9-Pulse Magic Sword. Wasn't this the top sword skill that the founder of God's Finger, Shenju Qing, had comprehended? He had never thought that it would be hidden in the sword peak. Qin Fan immediately had many questions in his mind. If this 9-Pulse Magic Sword was really created by Shenju Qing, then how did Aku know about this secret book? What was her relationship with Shenju Qing? And when Qin Fan destroyed the 5-star sex God's Finger, the sect leader God's Finger told Qin Fan about the story between Shenju Qing and his good friend before he died. In the end, he even said that there was a 9-Pulse Magic Sword secret book in Spectre City, one of the 8 great danger zones of the South Flat Continent. Was this the 9-Pulse Magic Sword that Shenju Qing had created? Many questions surged in his mind, and Qin Fen couldn't figure them out at the moment. After he came to his senses, he immediately put the floating sword skill secret book into his storage ring. He planned to find Ah Ko and ask her in detail later. However, as soon as the sword skill was put away, the ground under Qin Fen's feet shook violently. The towering sword peak began to collapse. A moment later, it completely collapsed and fell to the ground, at the same time. There was a commotion at the foot of the sword peak outside the sword domain. The red dot that everyone was paying attention to had disappeared. Ha! Senior Qin's red dot has disappeared. Did he die as well? That's not right. Senior Qin has stayed in the 5th level of the sword domain for several days. He should have died long ago. Why did he suddenly die at this time? I thought he would step into the 6th level of the sword domain in a few days. Ha! That damned human ant, it's good that he's dead. Knowing that Qin Fen was dead, Hai Qiji and Yin Fei were extremely excited. The anger that they had been suppressing for a long time had finally subsided. They even winked at Xan Hai and the others. Qi Longxing couldn't help but swing his saber at Hai Qiji. However, with his cultivation, how could he be a match for Hai Qiji? Instead, he was sent flying to the ground by Hai Qiji's palm. Humph! You little demon cultivator. If not for your identity as the son of the Black Snake King, I would have killed you with a palm long ago. You better not take advantage of me. Otherwise, even if I kill you here today, the Black Snake King will have no reason to find trouble with me, Hai Qiji scolded. Xan Hai's expression was extremely cold. He had wanted to fight it out with Hai Qiji, but he was more worried about Qin Fen's safety. Even he couldn't understand why Qin Fen would die in the 5th level of the sword domain. Earthquake! Earthquake! Someone suddenly cried out. This isn't an earthquake. The sword peak has collapsed. Fuck! The sword peak really collapsed. How is that possible? The sword peak has existed for thousands of years. How could it collapse just like that? What about those cultivators who challenged the sword domain? Don't tell me they're all dead. The towering sword peak suddenly collapsed. This sudden change stunned everyone present. Even Hai Qiji and Yin Fei temporarily forgot about their anger. They looked at the half-collapsed sword peak in disbelief. This was simply a fantasy story. The sword domain really collapsed. I have a bad feeling. Everyone, hurry up and run. A cauldron-filling state expert leaped and flew away. He didn't even care about the disciples of his sect who were still challenging the sword domain. The cauldron-filling state experts fled in panic. Many cultivators immediately followed. Xan Hai flew above the collapsed sword domain. A violent burst of true yuan surged from his body and enveloped the entire sword domain. Everyone, don't worry. Although I don't know why the sword domain suddenly collapsed, it's just a simple collapse of a mountain. Xan Hai's voice sounded out. The fleeing crowd calmed down again. Many people returned to the foot of the sword peak. At this time, Xan Hai used his true yuan to trap the sword peak. The destructive force of the sword peak's collapse was blocked. It couldn't hurt other cultivators. Seeing this, Li Tian also flew up to the sky above the sword peak to help Xan Hai stop the mountain from collapsing. Hai Qiji and Yin Fei didn't care about these things. Their gazes fell on Qi Longxing and Li Shanshan. The crowd was in chaos. It was the best time to kill them. What do you two old farts want to do? Sister-in-law, run. Qi Longxing felt the murderous aura from the two and quickly stood in front of Li Shanshan. Seeing that the sword peak had collapsed and Qin Fen didn't come out, Li Shanshan couldn't leave. Even if Qin Fen came out, she couldn't leave Qi Longxing alone. This time, Hai Chi-ji's killing intent had been aroused. Without another word, he sent a palm strike into the air. A ferocious Shen Yuan palm imprint shot out, sending Qi Longxing flying several hundred meters into the empty ground. He lay there unmoving, his fate unknown. Li Shanshan screamed in fear. The other true Yuan palm was already closing in on her. With a loud explosion, a huge pit appeared on the ground. However, Li Shanshan was nowhere to be seen. Who dares to interfere in my business? You don't know what's good for you. Qi Longxing roared to the sky. Li Shanshan had been saved by someone. A streak of light flew in the sky. When the flying sword stopped in the air, Qin Fan's cold and resolute face appeared. Hai Chi-ji was stunned. You're not dead. How is this possible? Hai Chi-ji asked. He was so shocked that he forgot to attack. At this time, the sword peak had completely collapsed. The originally towering mountain had become a pile of rubble. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Chapter 2011. Young hero Qin, you're still alive. Xan Hai was surprised and immediately flew over. The sword peak had completely collapsed, so there was no need to guard it anymore. Li Tian also landed beside Qin Feng. Of course I'm alive. Otherwise, who would kill you two scourges? Qin Feng saw the heavily injured Qi Longxing on the ground and was enraged. Hai Chi-ji's face paled. His eldest disciple, Hai Feng, was killed by Qin Feng in the sword realm. He wanted to kill Qin Feng's wife and brother to vent his anger, but Qin Feng came back. Hai Chi-ji wasn't afraid of Qin Feng. He knew that if Qin Feng came back alive, Xan Hai would stand on his side. If Xan Hai showed up, Li Tian would most likely help. In front of Xan Hai and Li Tian, Hai Chi-ji and Yin Fei couldn't gain any advantage. They realized that they couldn't kill Qi Longxing and Li Shanshan. Humph. You're lucky. Let's wait and see. Hai Chi-ji prepared to leave. But just as he turned around, Qin Feng said, You can leave if you want. Do you think I'm not here? Everyone was flabbergasted and looked at Qin Feng in confusion. The crowd at the foot of the sword peak hadn't dispersed yet. Seeing that a great battle was about to happen, their eyes shone with excitement. You human ant, don't be so shameless. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Hai Chi-ji Shen Yuan surged and he turned into an angry lion. Just a burst of qi made it hard for the cultivators at the foot of the mountain to breathe. It was clear how terrifying the anger of a cauldron-filling state expert was. Even Li Tian and Yin Fei looked worried. If Hai Chi-ji was determined to kill Qin Feng, they might not even have a chance to resist. Qin Feng's expression didn't change at all. He suddenly said, Senior Xan Hai, do you want to kill those two guys? Xan Hai was stunned. He looked at Qin Feng in confusion. What do you mean? If you want to kill them, I can help you, Qin Feng said. The crowd was dumbfounded. They couldn't understand Qin Feng's thoughts. Although he killed Jezite in the sword realm, that genius beast cultivator had only just stepped into cauldron-filling state. Hai Chi-ji, on the other hand, was a famous cauldron-filling state senior. Rumor had it that he was already in cauldron-filling state intermediate stage. Facing such an almighty, Qin Fan acted as if he wanted to kill him. If it wasn't for his shocking performance in the sword domain, he would definitely be laughed at by the crowd. However, no one dared to laugh at him. In fact, many cultivators were looking forward to finally witnessing the death of a cauldron-filling state cultivator. After a long while, Xan Hai came back to his senses, but instead of answering Qin Fan, he said firmly to Hai Chi-ji, Qin Fan is my disciple. If you dare to touch even a hair on his head, I will avenge my disciple even if it costs me my life. His attitude was extremely firm. This was a show of force to Hai Chi-ji. Li Tian then stood up and said, although young hero Qin killed Hai Feng and Yin Qing in the Sword Realm, it was because they were not as skilled as you. This kind of thing often happens in the Sword Realm. Young hero Qin can't be blamed. Hai Chi-ji's face was so cold that it was about to freeze. The scene he didn't want to see the most had happened. Protector Hai, we have a lot of time. It doesn't matter. Yin Fei suddenly said. He was planning to leave this place first. Hai Chi-ji glared at Qin Fen and was about to leave again. However, a strange aura surged from Qin Fen's body. That aura instantly covered thousands of meters. Hai Chi-ji's body seemed to become slow motion like in a movie. It was just a simple turn, but it actually lasted for a few seconds. The cultivators standing outside didn't know what was going on. Most of them hadn't even touched the border of the Sword Realm. They didn't know about the existence of the dojo. Hai Chi-ji's scream came from the battlefield. Field. You actually comprehended field. Yin Fei's voice came at the same time, and it's a small success. How is that possible? Even Axan Hai and Li Tian were shocked. When Qin Fen stepped into the 5th level of the Sword Realm and survived for a few days, they guessed that Qin Fen had already comprehended the border of field. However, when Qin Fen used field in front of them so easily, they still couldn't accept it. Peerless genius. Young hero Qin is really a peerless genius. Xan Hai exclaimed. A month ago, he tested Qin Fen's strength at the Autumn Leaf Pavilion. He was only at Empty God Realm level 3 and had comprehended to the major success of the Sword Realm. However, in a short month, Qin Fen had actually comprehended the small success of field. Senior Xan Hai, now is not the time to talk about this. Kill those two pieces of trash. Xan Hai suddenly came to his senses. Only now did he realize that Qin Fen was serious. He really wanted to kill Hai Chi-ji and Yin Fei, who were at the intermediate stage of the cauldron-filling realm. Xan Hai's emotions changed quickly, and he had already calmed down. He immediately threw out a palm strike towards the stage, and a huge Shin Yuan palm print covered the entire space. Wherever it went, loud booms rang out. Just the wave of earth-shattering aura shocked the crowd. I'll help too. Li Tian roared. A red aura surged out from under his black robe and a red demonic mark appeared on his forehead. The mark seemed to be floating on his forehead and it even condensed into a crystal form. The two's attacks landed at the same time. Instantly, a spectacular mushroom cloud appeared in the void. Hai Chi-ji and Yin Fei's expressions changed drastically. They immediately used their spirit sense to form their own field. However, before the field appeared, a loud explosion occurred on their bodies and a blood mist filled the sky. Ayya! What a reckless human ant. Even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me. Hai Chi-ji's roar came from the blood mist explosion. His clothes had long been destroyed and the true artifact armor on his body was shattered. He no longer had the cold and arrogant demeanor of an expert. Hai Chi-ji ignored his injuries and focused on attacking Qin Feng. When he struck out with his palm, a huge Shin Yuan handprint descended from the sky. It was as if a black cloud was pressing down on Qin Feng with a shocking aura. Even Qin Fen's field was suppressed. He immediately realized that the strength of the field was not only related to the spirit sense but also the true essence realm. When the cloud palm descended, Qin Fen could not even move. He immediately took out his ruler and slashed towards the sky. The purple light actually pierced through the palm and shot out. Rumble. A loud explosion sounded. Before everyone's eyes, a beautiful purple light shot into the sky like the sunset and sliced the true essence palm in half. However, the two halves of the palm still fell and blasted Qin Fan away. Rumble. A new loud explosion sounded. The moment Hai Qiji launched his attack at Qin Fan, Xian Hai's attack also landed on him. Under the impact of the series of Jin Yuan hand seals, Hai Qiji was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he finally fell into a deep pit and lay there motionless. On the other side, Li Tian also launched a fierce attack. In the end, he completely dispersed the black mist in Yin Fei's body. The sky seemed to be dyed with ink, and not even a speck of light could be seen. The huge battle came to a temporary halt, but the aftermath of the violent explosion was still ongoing. The spectating cultivators retreated again and again. At this time, they were all gathered in an open space thousands of meters away. This is a battle between cauldron-filling state mighty figures. It feels so surreal. When will we reach their level? When they raise their hands, the sky darkens, and when their palms fall, the mountains collapse. Senior Qin is indeed a cauldron-filling state cultivator. He can actually trap Hai Qiji and Yin Fei, two mighty figures. What's the situation now? Did any mighty figure die? The battlefield was covered in smoke and black mist, and it was impossible to see clearly. Xian Hai suddenly slashed the void twice. Something seemed to explode, and Hai Qiji and Yin Fei's screams could be heard. There were still powerful cultivators in the crowd who immediately exclaimed, "That's the sound of essence spirits." Hai Qiji and Yin Fei's essence spirits have been destroyed. They are completely dead. Whoosh! The crowd was instantly in an uproar. There were not many cauldron-filling state mighty figures in the entire South Flat continent. Usually, it was considered lucky to see one, and it could even be used as something to brag about. Now, these people not only saw cauldron-filling state mighty figures, but also saw two mighty figures die. It was truly unbelievable. Young hero Qin, are you okay? After killing the two, Xian Hai did not even look at them. He immediately flew to Qin Fan's side. Just now, Hai Qiji's palm had surged with true essence, shaking Qin Fan's organs. He had already swallowed several qi consolidation pills and was finally slightly better. Don't worry about me. How is brother Qi? Qi Longxing's life is not in danger, but he is heavily injured. He needs some pills to recover. Li Tian's voice came from the other side. Qin Fan instantly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Qi Longxing wasn't dead, everything was fine. As for pills, he was not afraid of not being able to heal brother Qi. Li Shanshan ran over and jumped into Qin Fan's arms. The two of them cuddled for a while, and Li Shanshan's emotions gradually calmed down. When she realized that everyone was staring at her, she immediately stood to the side shyly. Young hero Qin, you comprehended the initial success of Field. Xian Hai was still in disbelief. Qin Fan smiled and said, Senior Xian Hai, the sword domain is a place specially used to train one's realm and field. I only comprehended the existence of Field after entering, and then stabilized it to initial success. Xian Hai and Li Tian looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with shock. They only touched the boundary of Field when they stepped into body condensation realm, and only reached initial success at cauldron-filling state intermediate. The two of them were very clear about Qin Fan's cultivation. He displayed Nihility God Realm Level 3 without any hidden suppression. With young hero Qin's talent, you will definitely become one of the South Flat Continent's celestial supremes in a few decades. Li Tian couldn't help but sigh. Xian Hai nodded in agreement and said to Qin Fan, Young hero Qin, where are you planning to go? I will send you there. Qin Fan understood Xian Hai's intentions. Now that he had killed Hai Qiji and Yin Fei, and even killed Jezite in the Sword Domain. He believed that these three factions would definitely come after him for revenge. Xian Hai wanted to help him escape this crisis. If Qin Fen was alone, he definitely wouldn't be afraid of those factions. But now that Li Shanshan was with him, he had to be careful. Then I will follow Senior Xian Hai back to 80 Mile City. Xian Hai knew that Qin Fen was going back to 80 Mile City to pick up his father and grandfather, so he left with Li Shanshan and Qi Longxing. Now that Hai Qiji and Yin Fei were dead, 80 Mile City was no longer a threat. Not long later, that place would become Xian Hai and Li Tian's territory. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.